Hello, people from the internet. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Um, Today we're gonna finish the character that I have been playing since Tuesday. So I started it on Tuesday, then I did the kind of rest of the game on Thursday. But I decided that I want to do extended, so we're gonna do extended today, this Friday. Just because I really want to try like very high power storm form. I think that past like 70%, it's probably on the same level as dragon form. Um, yeah, maybe yeah, I think 70% is correct. Like if you get 70% power on storm form, it's at least as good as dragon form is. The thing is that getting to 70% power on a level 7 dual school spell, it's not easy. It's not like a realistic goal. It's only for a character that builds towards that from like the very start of the game because you also need to get a lot of intelligence for 70% spell power on a spell. Unless you happen to get lucky with your enhancers, that is. And yeah, talking about that, I could use a staff of air. I could use a staff of air with this character that I have. I can um, I can destroy my fragile weapon and just use a staff of air. That it wouldn't really be used as a melee weapon. It would just be wielded for the extra spell power. It would enhance a storm form. So yeah, it probably is a good idea. So I'm probably gonna do that. I also want to use a robe of Archmagi, of course, but I have not found a single one, and I've been doing the crawling thing for a while with this character. I've pretty much already finished the game. Like if I wanted to, I could just win, but the thing is that I don't want to win immediately, right? So yeah. Okay. I was just shielding the stream on the places where it's socially acceptable for me to do so. Good old advertise community channel. I think that channel has like a timer on how many messages you can send. But the timer is like 30 seconds, so you can only send one message every 30 seconds. I think it should be more like at least 12 hours. Like I don't know. I've not seen anyone spam that channel, but I really do think that it should be at least 12 hours of a timer between uses of that channel. Ah, whew, I was so close to not streaming. I was so close because I feel kind of sleepy and cold. I just wanna like sneak onto my bed and watch like avoiding the fall playing Metal Gear Solid 2. I played Metal Gear Solid 1 a while ago. Quite a while ago. Like I've been playing. Well, I played that like 9 years ago, probably. And I kind of wanted to replay it, but the controls are so clunky that I didn't feel like doing so. When I tried to very recently. So it's been kind of a blessing to find that playthrough on YouTube. That way I can like experience the story and stuff. While also skipping like the clunky gameplay. I might do the same for The Witcher because The Witcher suffers from exactly the same issue, like really good story, really bad gameplay. So yeah, I've been watching that, and it's been pretty interesting. So we are back at it now. Yeah, let's see what I would lose. I would lose three intelligence, but three intelligence is like negligible compared to the extra spell power that I would get from a staff of air. The willpower doesn't matter. Like I already have so much willpower that I won't be hexed whether or not I have the mace. Um, yeah, it will be a shame to lose it. I kind of wanted to keep it around for the entirety of the game, but it's not gonna be really a viable thing for me. So let's see. Before I do extended, we're gonna go and check some of these um, shiny ropes, trying to find Archmagi, which is probably going to be better than 7 intelligence. Probably. Just based off of the fact that I have 56 intelligence, right? Um, so let's see. Fingers crossed for Archmagi. It is a robe of resistance, so a pretty high quality robe, but not what I wanted. Um, I think instead of doing um, extended just yet, I'm going to do Elf, which should be really easy. Like I already did SOT 5. Elf should be a walk in the park. Ooh, let's go! I should have bought that much earlier in the game, by the way. Could have been very useful. So let's go ahead and compare the spell power that I have on my things now. 76% Storm Form is pretty crazy. Um, Let's see what we got here. There is Staff of Air in Shoals 4, so let's go and pick that up. And it's time for me to lose my fragile mace. Very useful thing, definitely, but it's time for it to go away. Yep, crumbles into dust. It's fine, it's fine. Now let's take a look at my spell power. We got 87. 87% power storm form. So that is 46 intelligence. Wow, I lost 10 intelligence from doing that, but I got 2 enhancers. So yeah, that is a lot of spell power. With enough skill, we can easily get that to 100%. And we will get that to 100%. Let's go to Elf. Elf will be a walk in the park, like truly. I am fully leveled up, like experience level 27. I have a um, pretty crazy powerful character already, and this is Elf is doable as an experience level 16 or 17 character. So doing it as an experience level 27 character that already did SOT is like going to be super easy. Also, look at my defenses: 31, 46 in storm form. It's pretty good, but yeah, it really does require you to have a lot of spell power. But yeah, once you do achieve that spell power, it's pretty fun. I wonder what else am I missing here with this character. Yeah, the damage is now just like absolutely insane with Stormform. Well, I wonder how much power do I have on Manifold Assault? 84. I wonder if I should train that for a full 100% power. Um, I also wonder what title I want with this character. That's a Warlord band. I don't think it's Saint Roca's band, but it's certainly a Warlord band. And yeah, these guys are just gonna like get absolutely dumpstered by Stormform. I've been getting smitten a lot actually. One of these summoners summoned a smoke demon that smites, and there were so many summoners there that regardless of my defenses or anything, I just took a lot of damage during that fight. But as far as like normal damage goes, damage that actually checks your defenses and resistances and stuff, I also walk in the park. Totally unremarkable in that regard. Mm, okay, I picked up something that I don't want. That ring of protection from fire can go away. I don't need it anymore. I don't want Starburst. I actually, it's good, I guess, but I don't see myself using it. If I'm gonna use a ranged attack of any kind, that is not a level 9 ranged attack, of course, it's definitely gonna be Manifold Assault, because Manifold Assault is just a really powerful spell when your melee is this powerful, so why not use it? Um, so yeah, I don't really have much else to say about Stormform. I guess this will still kind of be a showcase of Stormform and how powerful it can really get, but I already said all that I have to say regarding it and Dragonform. In case you were not here for the previous stream or you're watching the video on demand. Long story short, I think Stormform is about as powerful as Dragonform, but it is much more expensive. It also gives you more survivability than Dragonform because you get actually decent defenses. It melts your whole inventory, so you have to keep that in mind. It's probably gonna be like crazy good for an Octopode since it doesn't. I don't think it melts your extra ring slots as an Octopode. Um, so yeah, I guess I would probably recommend this for an Octopode if you can manage to get very high spell power. Otherwise, I guess Dragon Form. I wonder if Dragon Form melts your rings and stuff. I don't think I care about any of those things. I have only three magic mapping, so I'm not gonna use magic mapping to map these elves. I don't think I need it. But yeah, if your character is experience starved, because experience is also like kind of an important part of getting spell power, right? You need a lot of experience to train your skill past the point where you can actually cast a spell and even further beyond, so you can get better spell power. If you cannot afford to do that, you are better off with Dragon Form, since Dragon Form doesn't really care about spell power, only for duration. But you're okay recasting it like every 3 turns, pretty much. Do I have Chain Lightning? Just out of curiosity. I might use that. I think I have okay skill for that. I surely would have to train a lot for Chain Lightning because I only have 11 conjurations, but I already have like 15 Air Magic. I think I could get it castable with 20 just because of my extremely high intelligence. 46. It was 56, and 56 like pretty much just made everything castable very easily, but it had to go away for more spell power. Talking about that, if I found the elemental staff, which Shaver had, and that's why I keep it in mind, if I found the elemental staff on this character, that would be pretty sweet. Certainly would make the whole thing much more powerful. Mm, okay, I shouldn't like just wander around like into the bolt. Once I identify the bolt, like I'm just gonna exclude it and go do something else for a while, like clear the rest of the level. What's up with that Master Archer? Unnecessarily tanky Master Archer. Oh, another one. Well, that's kind of worrisome. That is a lot of dudes, not a lot of HP. Oh, I think one of those dudes read a scroll of summoning or something. Is that what happened? Weird. I don't know what happened for real. Hmm. Yeah, what happened there? Why did that Deep of Sorcerer dissolve into shadows? I mean, that's the message that you get when a monster with shadow creatures does that. Ooh. Ice Blast because it's almost dead, and it also has like 50 HP being an elf. That is so many dudes. Like I am not ready to take on that amount of dudes with the amount of HP and armor class, or not armor class. That doesn't matter. With the amount of HP and mana that I currently have, I'd like to go elsewhere, and elsewhere being a different level of the dungeon. Um, so yeah, I've been playing a lot of Strive as I mentioned yesterday. In fact, I kind of wanted to play Strife, but I decided against it because it was about time for me to start streaming, and I knew that if I turned on Strive, I was just not gonna stream today, and I didn't wanna do that. I wanted to stream because I've been so inconsistent that I just don't feel all right having people subscribe and then not streaming for like a week. Yeah, that's kind of lame. I have identified the last scroll, so did I finally get acquirement? I don't think I have seen acquirement yet. Um, okay. Yeah, the damage is pretty high now with Stormform. Definitely benefited from the high training in unarmed combat that I have. I am not gonna use that Amulet of Faith. Definitely a pretty useless amulet for a demigod. Okay, let's see what we got. Hey, that's the Book of Annihilations that I kind of wanted. I could also acquire the Ring of Weariness because having 3 pips of cold resistance is gonna be good for Lomlobon specifically. Lomlobon deals a lot of cold damage, so the Ring of Weariness will give me 3 pips of cold resistance for Lomlobon. Um, and I have enough money to buy the Book of Annihilation, so I'm probably going to acquire the ring, unless I happen to have a ring like that on the floor. Um, by the way, this amulet is pretty good, and I would certainly use it on almost any character. This character happens to value the Macabre Finger and the intelligence more than it values the other properties from that amulet, but that is pretty good for almost any other character that I would normally play. Um, am I done? Did I kill everything? I think I might have killed everything. Yeah, that was unusually quick. I killed almost everything. There were a couple of guys that were like asleep over here. Am I done? I am obviously done there. Um, I hit someone with a staff of air with no training, and that guy just died. Kind of unlucky because I don't have any training. What do you do? Nothing that I'm scared about. I think I can just stab you down. No big deal. Yeah, it has ball lightning, but come on, I'm literally a storm. That is not going to do anything to me. Ooh, ignition. Well, that adds to my repertoire of amazing extended spells. I got ignition. Um, got ignition. Got also Kubus refrigeration. Um, I also got polar vortex, just waiting for me. I will go to that spell in the future. Probably. I think it's more likely for me to go to Chain Lightning than to go to Polar Vortex because I already have kind of training on the skill. But on the other hand, I have a manual of air magic, so or ice magic rather. So who knows? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards buying. Um, or really leaning towards acquiring the ring and buying the Book of Annihilations for Chain Lightning. I'm pretty sure Chain Lightning is in that book. I can always check, but I'm pretty sure it is. Um, Okay. So from what I am looking at here, the only significant source of cold resistance that I have on the floor that I could theoretically switch into is the Skin of Zor. The thing is that if I use the Skin of Zor against Lom Lobon, that is not going to cut it. That is not gonna cut it. So I'm gonna acquire the ring and buy the book. Mm, something appears at your feet. I think that should just add the item to your inventory, to be completely honest. I don't think it would be broken if it did. So let's go ahead and buy this Book of Annihilations, because what else am I going to do with my money at this point? LCS, Chain Lightning, and Firestorm. That's the things that I just learned from that book. Or I guess not learned, but the things that I can learn from that book. Um, yeah, I have pretty much every high level spell that I could possibly want, except for refrigeration, actually. I need to get refrigeration. Um, so yeah, let's do good old crypt. I guess I can do crypt. It's not a big deal. Yeah, crypt is also gonna be like really easy. I don't really see myself struggling here with the amount of damage that I deal. You saw I actually just out of curiosity I really wanna do that. Yeah, just to see how much reflection of damage I would get from that. But yeah, a single attack reflected me for 53. Okay, I wanna take a screenshot of that. That's funny. That is pretty funny indeed. Let me take a better screenshot. That didn't. I didn't get all the text. Okay, just walk away from the guy, and yeah, dealing so much damage can very unusually be a downside. The funny thing is that in Tomb, we might have issues because like I deal so much damage. Right now it's like single target damage because I'm punching things, but later on when I get more higher level spells and more area of effect spells, specifically Shatter um, and ignition and stuff like that, you might take a lot of burst damage from death curses. So if you get unlucky, even if you're full HP and you happen to kill like 20 mummies in a single turn, you might still die. Oh, look at that! I got a staff. 5 exclamation points. Um, Okay. The damage is just on another level. Like I'm just a steamrolling through things that have like 150 HP and I'm killing them in 2 actions. It feels really good. Yeah, it feels really good to have 87% power on a spell that is strongly reliant on your spell power. Um, yeah. I might Amnesia Dragon form because of that. Like at this point, I think it's fair to say that Storm form already deals like damage that is equivalent or grossly like reminiscent of Dragon form's damage. It might even be better to be completely honest. It might even be better, which is completely understandable and even expected considering how it's 87% power. Like it should be as powerful as Dragon Form at this point. And look at like 46 evasion on Stormform is pretty crazy. Also 31 armor class. I am wearing like a ring of protection that I'm hoping to eventually upgrade that. Yeah, and I would probably lose that ring during the fight against Lom Lobom, for example. I think that's the ring that I'm most likely to replace when fighting against Lom Lobom for 3 pips of cold resistance that I do think are very important. Um, Okie dokie. Let's see here. What did I want to do? What did I want to? Oh yeah, right. Like cast this and then check. I wanted to check a couple of things. Ooh, in Stormform, like my spell power goes down, goes from 87 to 59%. That's crazy. So I need to wait for Stormform to wear off or cancel it manually myself in order to recast it to actually have good spell power on it. Okay, how much? Oh, you're at full HP. Well, that's kind of what happens when you try to manifold assault a summoner. You're eventually, well, you're like never gonna hit the summoner because it just keeps spamming summons and you're hitting the summons. So it's definitely not a smart thing to do if you're fighting a summoner. The best thing to do is quite probably just to hit the summoner, and there we go. You feel extremely nervous for a moment. These are death curses, and since I'm only killing guardian mummies, like the curses are very irrelevant. But as soon as you start killing like 10 mummy priests in the same turn, or with an addition of like a sprinkle of greater mummies, that you are not going to kill because they're extremely tanky, and they're just gonna do their greater mommy thing, or royal mommy, I guess. They used to be called greater mommies. Now they are royal mommies, um, and they can just like torment you or smite you, or do royal mommy things. That's kind of what they do. So when you are in the receiving end of a large amount of death curses in a single turn, in addition to whatever the remaining mummies do. Yeah, that's not looking good for you. Definitely a pretty bad experience. Um, I wonder what's better between the four. Between the 4 armor class and 5 slaying and stuff, the things that I would get from that ring. Yeah, actually, it's only 5 slaying. The willpower is irrelevant, and the resistance to electricity is also irrelevant. So it's really much a ring of 5 slaying, and that's it. And I am so cold. I have a message. I have a message on the screen. Let me check it with my recently acquired power. You can right click here and click on interact and click here. Click here. I got a dump. Did I create a dump? I might have created a dump. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, okay, so I am a manifold assault character, so I can just like press manifold assault and destroy those leeches if I manage to hit them, of course. And then I can rest my mana, rinse and repeat. And then when the grades are lowered, because in this vault the grades are always lowered, there's nothing for you to fight, and that's pretty good. Wow, look at those bad rolls. Like what? Oh, I was in human form. No wonder. No wonder. Did I miscast the storm form or something? Because I'm pretty sure that I tried to cast it. I did miscast the storm form. Funny thing, like you can have a 87% spell power with your level 7 dual school spell, and you're still gonna miscast it every now and then. It's just something that you wouldn't really keep in mind. Those rings seem lame. Yeah, they're kind of underpowered. Scroll of Acquirement, let's check it out. Finally, a Ring of Willpower. Funny thing. Oh, is it marked as useless? Ah, it's marked as useless because I'm in Storm form. Yeah, I thought that it would be marked as useless because I already have one of those, Staffs of Conjuration, but the game is not that advanced, I guess. Um, so what should we acquire? I guess gold. Like I don't really see myself using the Book of Clouds. It's okay, but it's not something that you want for extended. Why am I not out of picking things up? There's a lot of things that I do not care to pick up here, of course, but I still want out of pickup to be on. Oh, 6 intelligence. I dropped one of those earlier. I don't have any use for 6 intelligence anymore. I think I am well set off in the intelligence department with 46. Mm, well, yeah, I think I already have enough fighting too with 259 HP. I guess I'll eventually go back to it and get like 27 once it doesn't affect my title anymore. For now, I think I want maybe probably one of the higher level spells that I have available and that I don't have. Yeah, one of the spells that I have available that I have not learned or trained for. I also need to amnesia a lot of these spells. I need to amnesia Dragon Form, Toxic Radiance, Ignite Poison. Um, Maybe you could make the argument for amnesiaing Mystic Blast, Airstrike, and Orb of Destruction as well. Maybe even Swiftness. But at least I need to get rid of a couple of those because they're just not decent. Well, they are not gonna cut it for extended. They are pretty good for a normal game, but for extended, not so much. Um, so let's read that. Let's get rid of Mystic Blast. Goodbye. Very useful, but not gonna cut it in extended. Let's get rid of Dragon Form as well. Dragon Form can be okay in extended. It gives me 3 pips of fire resistance, so it could be good for setup up. On the other hand, I think Storm Form can also deal with setup off. Let's also read Amnesia for Ignite Poison. Well, Toxic Radiance first. And we can also Amnesia Ignite Poison, of course. Um, Poisoning things is good for the entirety of a 3-rune game, but once you start thinking about doing extended, you realize that everyone and their mother in extended is just like immune or resistant to poison, so those spells fall off like super hard. Do I want to Amnesia, Airstrike, or Orb of Destruction? I am leaning towards Amnesia and Orb of Destruction. Like, I really can't justify it anymore because I'm gonna be getting better things. And the single target spells are not gonna cut it for the rest of the game, I think. So goodbye, Orb of Destruction. And now I have a lot of spell levels open. So we are. Wait, can I arrange them by? I wish you could arrange them for level. How do you? Can you do that? Hmm. Mm. It says you can filter levels, or you can filter spells by level. Um, how do you do that? No, that's not how you do it. I actually don't know how to do that. Let's see, let's see, let's see. By name and spell school, so you cannot filter by level. In order to filter by level, I guess you keep down health down for a tiny bit, and there we go. I can get ignition. I can get chain lightning, of course. In fact, I'm kind of close to chain lightning in a sense. Like I would just have to train for it for a while. And also, hello, brain. I don't know if I said it, but hello. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Um, so yeah, for sure I'm gonna be getting Ignition. Ignition is an MVP for extended. Also, Sokubu's refrigeration is in the same level as Ignition in my opinion. Ignition deals more damage, but Sokubu's refrigeration doesn't require a specific setup to be very effective. When while Ignition does. I also need refrigeration. I need to get that. Let's go get that book of ice. So the first thing that I'm gonna get is probably gonna be refrigeration because I have a manual of it. Um, then I'm gonna get ignition, and then I'm probably going to get shatter. I think I can postpone shatter the most because the main use that I'm gonna give shatter is not really killing things. It's more like breaking bolts. I That's why I get shatter when I want to do extended because I don't like to traverse the entirety of hell of the last level of hell to get to the rune. I can just skip the bolts using shatter, like just breaking them and kind of cheating like that. That's a very nice thing that Shatter has that. LRD used to also have that, but it was removed because it was too powerful, I guess. So I have Fridge, I have Ignition as well. Let's see what I also want to get. I guess I can learn Chain Lightning, or I can just save my spell slots for later. Doesn't really matter, to be completely honest. So yeah, I said that I wanted Ice Magic first. So we're gonna train this to like 15. I think 15 should be like way more than enough to be able to cast Refrigeration. Mm, so I think I've already squeezed all of the experience that you would normally be able to get before doing extended. I think it's time for me to jump into Pandemonium or something. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Hmm. Yeah, it seems that I don't have like an equally good Ring of Fire resistance as the one Ring of Cold resistance that I just got that gives me 2 pips of the resistance. That's kind of unfortunate. I could really use one of those. So let's go do ban. Before I jump in, I'm going to drop a couple of these things that are not going to be very useful for Pandemonium, like beginning with a Tropa. Curer is also not good for Pandemonium. I don't think I'm going to be using that ring. I don't want that or this. I want the Mind Burst. It arrived a bit too late. Definitely not the Scrolls of Torment. Very useless. Also, Fear is kinda bad, but I guess I can carry it because you never know. Unlike Torment, I am likely to use Fear. Okay, yeah, it's looking fine. Maybe I could drop the file of lots as well. Alrighty. There's one thing that I want to pick up before I go in. I kind of forgot about the thing that I wanted. I kind of forgot about it. What was it? It was, I remember that it was kind of an important thing. Yeah, no, I don't remember. I'm gonna give it a pass, and I might regret it later on, but yeah, who knows? Okay, let's go into Pandemonium. I am ready. Bring me in, coach. Let's see what we got. It's generating. Ah! A powerful Pandemonium Lord resides here. It guards the demonic rune of Sot. So this level has a demonic rune. That means that I should use magic mapping. So let's see what we got here. It looks like an interesting bolt. Looks like a bolt at least. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were, if the rune was somewhere around here, and if there were like a bunch of enemies and like stuff surrounding the rune over there. And these are probably exits. Stormform, Manifold, and we can punch that guy to save some mana. There is one thing that Manifold does, or that Dragon Form does better than Storm Form, even at the point where you already have like crazy high power Storm Form. And that is that Dragon Form gives you 50% more HP, which can be significant actually. Specifically for parts of the game where things directly check your HP, like I guess Tomb in a sense. There's Torment, but there's also oh, you can't move. I guess I miscast Manifold. Oh yeah, of course I have negative wizardry. Yeah, that's kind of bad. Not gonna lie, that's kind of bad. I'm gonna use a Scroll of Folgu here. I feel like I kind of messed up by casting with Sap. I completely forgot about it. There's so many Blizzard demons. Okay, I can move now, and so I shall. There's so many Blizzard demons. I am astonished at the crazy high amounts of Blizzard demons that we have here. Maybe it would be a good idea to put on the Ring of Cold Resistance. We can lose 4 armor class, I guess. It shouldn't be a big deal, and we get 3 pips of Cold Resistance. So I'm gonna do the same switching to the Ring of Cold Resistance strategy for Lomlobon. Oh, you feel out for a moment. That's nice. It's always nice to resist a mutation thanks to the mutation resistance. Mutation. Yeah, there's a mutation that gives you resistance to mutation. What is up with this level with Balrogs and Blizzard Demons? That's not very flavorful. But anyway, I think that might have been an equivalent of Hellion Island, but instead of Hellion Island, it's Blizzard Demon Island. I wonder if it has a Pandemonium Lord at the end of it. In fact, oh, there is a Pandemonium Lord. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. Bolt of Fire, Malin Gateway, Blink Alice Encircling, and Slow. It also has like really bad defenses, so it's gonna die very easily. I'm not worried about this guy at all. And I remembered what I wanted to do and to buy. I wanted to buy an overcharged wand of acid that I have on a shop in the dungeon that I never bought. Okay. Let's step away, heal for a bit. Having any source of regeneration here would be pretty useful, not gonna lie. But I don't think I can afford to get rid of the Robe of Archmagi in favor of a Troll Letter Armor, for example. I don't think it would be that good of an idea. I think I like the spell power, considering that I'm using Stormform. Stormform really cares about spell power. Gate leading to another region of Pan. So we're gonna sit here and wait for a bit. I'm gonna sit here, wait for a bit, and then eventually, very soon, we're gonna go to another region of Pandemonium. Yeah, now that I have full mana, it's time to proceed to the next one. We don't get anything. This is not a region of Pandemonium that particularly matters. It's a region that could have the demonic rune, except for the fact that I already have it. These boots are bad. I'm just gonna leave them on the floor. Okay, acquirement. Two scrolls of acquirement. Okay, why do I have two scrolls of acquirement? We have the Stormbow. I kind of want to buy the Stormbow or get the Stormbow from acquirement just for flavor reasons. Because I'm not gonna be using the Stormbow. I guess I have to get the gold though because the gold is more important. Um, wow, highly enchanted Tank of electrocution, pretty good. What does this book have? CBL, kind of good, I guess. Okay. Fridge, 13% already, but we're gonna train it all the way to 15. We're gonna get pretty good spell power on Fridge when not in Storm form. And when I am in Storm form, there's no real need to use Fridge, to be completely honest, because I will have Manifold Assault and Storm form melee. So those things are definitely better than spending a turn using Osokubo's Refrigeration. Um, Wow, I got slowed by something. Okay, my Stormform is wearing off, but the game is like just giving me a fair amount of time to do my thing before it actually wears off. For that, I'm kind of grateful. That was certainly a useful thing to have happen. So I need to get to the next level. I don't want to be in a level that has Tormentors, Shadow Demons, and Tzitzimitl or Tzitzimime. Those three things combined are pretty bad, yeah. Um, yeah, any level that has Shadow Demons and one other monster that's like dangerous, it's a level where you should not be. We found the exit. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's just kill these guys for a bit and let's get out of here. Okay, this level also doesn't have anything special. Let's just leave. This is Glork's Block's level. Um, it could be a good idea to get a statue form here. Statue form is pretty good against Glork's block. Unfortunately, it doesn't melt your weapon, so I would have to cast a statue form and then unwield my weapon, or do the other way around. Um, but yeah, statue form gives you um, good resistance to torment, and it also gives you like crazy good resistance to dying in general, I guess. Helps deal torment damage, makes it immune to miasma. It has a bunch of things that you want for the fight against Glark's block. And two scrolls of amnesia laying on the floor. It's almost as if the game really does want me to get statue form for the Glark's block fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I wish I had what's it called? Berserk. I think Berserk statue form is pretty good on this specific boss fight because Glorx block will not blink or do anything cheaty that could cause you to lose as a result of using statue form, or rather Berserking. I guess a statue form also does count as a thing that you don't want monsters to blink after using. Okay. Tasty Potion of Mutation, good idea to pick it up. There's gonna be Lorosiproca, Shadow Demons, or not Shadow Demons. I think this level doesn't have that many Shadow Demons. Um, Lorosiproca, Shadow Wraiths, that does exist in this level. They are invisible and they slow you, so that's kind of a bad thing. Um, and then Lorosiproca also hit you and drain your mana. Um, Something is missing me. Yeah, there's so many invisible things here. But fortunately, my cleaving melee just hits so hard that even if I don't know exactly where the melee monster is, as long as I know there's a melee monster around, I can just swing and it will hit every square that's surrounding me. It's kind of a nice perk of Stormform. Yeah, Hydra form used to have the same thing, but Storm form is just Hydra form, but actually better with defenses and offense. Okay. So I did say that I wanted to statue form for this fight. It's gonna be kind of not as high power statue form. Never mind, it's 78%. It's good enough power. Oh, that's not the correct button. What was it? Was this one? Yeah, there we go. 3831. If I switch into this ring um, to replace this ring, it's 4229 because I lost a little bit of dexterity. It's okay. It's okay. We have pretty fantastic armor class in statue form. And we also have torment resistance. I got tormented by that curse skull. It was like a joke, pretty much. Hmm. These executioners are still getting attacks on me because I am not particularly the fastest in statue form. So for every one of my attacks, I guess these guys get like four of them. Um, so yeah, I killed a couple of these guys. Let's also kill this Curse Skull real quick. And now I want to rest before I get into a fight with Glork's Block. I don't want to be at full. I don't want to be low on HP when I start the fight. And there it is, Glork's Block, a shadowy figure clothed in profound darkness. This description of Glork's Block is like so lame. The other Pandemonium Lords have much better descriptions compared to that one. So I'm going to respect Glork's block, and I'm gonna buff with might. I don't think I'm gonna haste, but I am certainly gonna might, and we're also gonna throw in a sprinkle of irradiate for reduced armor class on Glork's block. We're still punching Glork's block. We get a good hit in, very solid hit, and that was an easy fight against Glork's block. Um, I would even go as far as to say that it might not have even been necessary to be in statue form because I don't think Glork's block tormented even once. But it's okay. Like it doesn't really matter that much. Mm, okay, I was wondering um, why my defenses were lower than I remembered with Stormform, but it was because I was not wielding the Staff of Air, and that also happened to be why outside of Stormform I was actually able to kind of deal damage. But yeah, we got the rune from here. Yeah, we got the Dark Rune of Sot. So now we are on a quest to finding the last three runes. Oh, this is Holy Pan. Normally I do Holy Pan. I don't know if I want to do it this time. I don't have any concerns about the power of this character. I think I could do it, but I would just rather not to because of all the devas with tower shields and stuff. Yeah, they kind of suck when you need to rely on melee to deal damage. Okay, this is the entrance to the Shining Ones part of Holy Pan, so I don't want to be there. The Shining Ones part is the most difficult part. This is the part with Zin's Daybus, so we're gonna end transformation, quickly refresh the duration of my spell so we can get in a fight because there is a pretty good chance of this becoming an extended fight if I get unlucky with the blocks. And yeah, these guys have smite, so an extended fight means that you are in a very bad spot. And yeah, I am about to get 15 ice magic, so we are gonna turn on fire. We're gonna train fire to 18 probably for ignition. I don't really care about getting anything that is not ignition. Like I could get firestorm. I don't really care about firestorm. Um, I guess I should apply the same rationale towards chain lightning. But if I get chain lightning, I could also get firestorm because that just means that you trained a lot of conjurations. Who knows? I might not get chain lightning. I mean, I kind of want to get it because I want to try it, but I think it's not the best of ideas to get it. I think my experience should be going to shatter and ignition, and I really don't think I'm gonna have enough experience. Funny thing, I'm doing a 15 rune game, and I might not have enough experience. By the way, we found a gate leading out, so after this level, I can get out, like drop the loot that I am carrying that I have found here that I don't really care about using, and then go back in again. Well, yeah, this book, I don't think I care. Yeah, we can just get the money. Hmm. And the same thing that I did for statue form and Glork's block, I guess I could do that for dragon form and Cerebov because dragon form gives me 3 pips of fire resistance, so Cerebov will not be absolutely nuking me with Firestorm. At least that's what I would like to hope for. Um, Found 6 potions of curing. Bad globes, we shall leave them on the floor. 5 potions of heal wounds. Yeah, this level of the Pandemonium has so much loot. So yeah, even though at first I was not too sure about doing it, after kind of steamrolling most of these devas, like the Zine Devas are a very good indicator of whether or not you're actually capable of doing this vault or this level. If you can deal with 6 Devas smiting you every turn, pretty much, you can deal with anything that this bolt or most of the rest of the game throws at you. But if you cannot do that, you can still win the game and you can still 15 runes. You just have to be a bit more careful with what you do. Another requirement. Let's check it out. Ring of Evasion with 2 Slaying. No, it's not that tempting. Well, it's kind of tempting because it's like only good stuff, right? But I also don't need more evasion. What I want is a ring of armor class with slaying would be sick because I currently have a ring of just armor class. So anything that is an upgrade from that ring, and there is a lot of room for upgrade from a ring of only armor class, would be greatly appreciated. The Deva should be very close. Yeah, we should be approaching the Deva. Wow, it feels good to press Manifold Assault. Yeah, look at that damage. It just kills things. It's so powerful. Okay, my Deva, or my Seraph strategy rather. I said Deva before, but I meant Seraph. My Seraph strategy is always to Phantom Mirror the Seraph. Um, Unfortunately, it summoned angels immediately. This time, my Seraph didn't summon angels. Um, this guy is like super dangerous, actually. Yeah, hits so hard. Hits for 20 and then hits for 50, plus its great Sword of Flaming. It also has some Unholies, of course, and it also has other abilities from the Shining One. Let's see, what's my... Yeah, it's my Seraph, so... No, 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 I don't want to fire at my Seraph, I wanna stop there. Okay, it didn't blink me towards the Seraph, which is what I wanted to do. Weird. Are these summoned? Yeah, they're summoned, and they're also mighty, so I should step away from them. You batter the Seraph, you kill the Seraph. Let's go. Let's go. That was not a particularly hard fight for this character, which goes to show how truly powerful this plan this game plan can be, because the Seraph is no joke. Like, there's a lot of characters, like even characters that are wielding like big weapons would have issues with the Seraph. But not this one. This one is powerful enough to deal with the whole thing. No big deal. Hmm. Okay, so I'm going to read this requirement. Yeah, I'm gonna get the money because why not? And we are going to read Amnesia for statue form. What's up with the sum chess piece? It has the effect of Wand of Random Effects. Yeah, you use it and it affects a random monster on the screen with haste, invisibility, might, corona, slow, paralyze, confuse, malmutate, petrify, or sleep. So it's like 10 effects and 3 of those are good. And it obviously scales with evocations and that kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, these are not worth using in my opinion. The worst part about these is that they check willpower for the bad stuff, but for the good stuff, they don't check willpower. They just do the good stuff. Um, so yeah, I would say that this is not really worth using, but it's kind of a neat thing to have. And also, I don't know what they are called. I don't remember. Artificers. Yeah, I think artificers start with that, which is kind of weak. Before the changes to one of random effects, artificers were actually pretty good with their starting 15 charges of random effects that could get them um, actually good damage. Yeah, random effects can deal a lot of damage, or could deal a lot of damage back in the day. Not anymore though. I think we're done with Holy Pen. This was fast and relatively painless. There was not a single time where I felt like I was taking in too much heat. So let's get out of here. Let's go buy the Wand of Acid, because charges of acid are always good. You should always have as many as you can possibly can get. And I can get a lot of them, so let's go and buy them. Oh, come on. I just want to go to the portal. Bring me, or I guess there's another portal that's much closer. Let's go to that one, because why not? So we'll find you in 25,000 turns. Okay. All right, let's get out of here. Is this strong? It is strong. It is indeed 0.27. The most recent version there is, updated daily. So yeah, this spell that I'm using, Stormform, is brand new. Like, it was added a couple of weeks ago, I think, maybe even less than that. It is a replacement slash upgrade for Summon Hydra. Um, so it's really powerful. It has a lot of things that made Hydra form appealing. Well, it was never really appealing, but it also fixes the things that made Hydra form not appealing. So it's really good. Um, it makes you attack all surrounding squares with electricity melee. So it works like electrocution brand. Sometimes it triggers, sometimes it doesn't trigger. Um, would you mind showing me your inventory? Sure. There's my inventory. Or not dragon form. Well, I guess dragon form, but not what we are using right now. Storm form melts your entire inventory. So I'm currently wearing nothing. However, if I cancel out of storm form, we can see that I'm wearing this. I am not hitting things with that Staff of Air. That is only for spell power, because Storm Form scales like crazy with spell power, and I have a lot of it in this form. That's why I'm also using the Robe of Archmagi. What is a Dragon Skin Cloak? It is a non-randart that you can only get if you kill Tiamat. So I got Tiamat this game, and I managed to kill her because I am strong, right? So that's the only way that you can get that. Tiamat always generates with it. So it's like a 100% chance to get it if you happen to kill Tiamat, but Tiamat doesn't generate all games. But yeah, it's pretty good. Not only is it like much more armor class than you would get normally from a cloak, it also gives you a 50% chance to add one pip of resistance to any of those resistances: fire, cold, poison, electricity, acid, and negative energy. Not that it really matters because I am mostly fighting in storm form, but in case I get like caught with my pants down and I don't have any mana for storm form, I can not explode thanks to the dragon skin cloak. So I guess that's nice. So yeah, this is what I'm using. Something that you may not have seen either is the macabre finger necklace. I found it super early in the game, but the macabre finger necklace is only as good as your best ring. So I haven't been using it for the entirety of the game. Um, yeah, it gives you an extra ring slot. It's really sweet. I like the macabre finger necklace a lot, but as I mentioned, it's only as good as your best ring. And in the early game, it's not gonna be good, but the more the game progresses, the better this gets, up until the point where it's probably gonna be amazing. Yeah, I've gotten okay gear. I've also gotten the Warlock's Mirror, but it's been mostly irrelevant. I also got it relatively early in the game. I bought it in the shop on level 4 of the shoals, but I haven't really been using it because when I fight, I am in Storm form, and Storm form melts all of that. So this is usually how my inventory looks. You're relatively new to the game. You started about 5 weeks ago, and you played heavily for a few weeks, then took a break, just coming back. Yeah, it's understandable. I've also been like taking it slow with Crawl. I've been playing for 10 plus years, more than 10 years actually. It's gonna be 11 on January, so 10 and a half, I guess. And the game still brings me back. Like sometimes I have to take a break because it's like too much. Like too much of a good thing can always be bad. So yeah. You got your first two wins and kind of needed a break since you grinded so hard to get it within a few weeks of starting. That reminds me of myself when I started. But I was 16 years old, and I didn't really have much else to do other than play this game for free. So I certainly did that, and I played a lot of that. Um, you had a wager with your veteran player friend. That is sick. I don't know anyone in real life that plays this, and I have like friends, and I've always been like, "Yo, you should give this a try because it's a pretty good game and it makes me happy." And they never want to try it, probably because it looks the way it looks, and kids these days only like their cyberpunk and their Fortnite dancing, and you cannot do that kind of thing in this game. But it is what it is. I still think this game is amazing, and I would certainly recommend it to anyone that wants to get into game design because this game does game design super well. It's super fun, it's super hard, and it also removes like super annoying things that other games in the same genre embrace, and that makes them like not really that replayable for me. Like for example, NetHack. You brought it up and you advised he would pay you $20 if you could get past floor 10 in a weekend with no coaching. Hey, good stuff. Good stuff. Uh, Floor 10. Yeah, I guess that's a good wager for for Trunk. In 0.26 it was much easier. But yeah, congrats on pulling that off, and also congrats on having a friend that actually plays the game in real life that you can like talk to in real life and like share the joy that is Crawl. I am kind of envious of that because like I have the community in the Discord and stuff and in my own Discord as well. But it's just not the same as talking with someone face to face and nerding out over a game that you both enjoy. But yeah, leaving that aside for the moment, we have 6 out of 15 runes. I am aiming to get everything, all 15. Maybe I even do a ziggurat because I am going to end with a lot of spell power and a lot of very high level spells. So I could theoretically do a single ziggurat. I don't think I could do infinite ziggurats with this, and I also don't want to do that because that at that point the game gets really really boring. Solely because in order to do infinite cigarettes, you need to have GoSag. Like pretty much GoSag is mandatory. But I might do one. I think I could do one without a god. I am a demigod. Demigods cannot worship gods, but they get a lot of stats, as you can see by my intelligence. I currently have 43 intelligence, but if I cancel out of this, I go all the way up to 46. And there was a point in the game where I had 56 intelligence because I was wearing a lot more intelligence gear before I found my spell enhancers. I had a fragile weapon with +3 intelligence, and I also had a robe with +7 intelligence, but I replaced them for my staff and my robe of archmagi. Um, so yeah, let's go to the things that I wanted to buy because I am rich. Let's go buy these things. And then we're gonna go back to Pandemonium to fight the remaining Pandemonium Lords. I have yet to fight Lomlobon, Menoleg, and Cerebov. Those are the three that I am missing. And after that, we can exit through the Abyss, get the Abyssal Rune, and then go do the Hell. And after that, like the last thing that you should always do if you want to go for 15 runes is to do Tomb. I've had 14 rune characters that just get absolutely dumpstered by Tomb, or more like that I could have saved, but I decided to play wrong and just killed them in Tomb. Interesting thing you have noted about this game so far regarding character types: melee starts out relatively powerful, but the power growth does not scale linearly, drops off after about D12, but casters start out weak but continue to grow in power in the late game when the fighter's growth fizzles. I guess you could say that. What I would say, the way that I would describe the phenomenon that you're mentioning is that mages get more options later in the game. Fighters have press staff really hard and hope that staff works. Mages have AoE incredible damage that doesn't check evasion. Um, Also, I guess getting a mage to that point costs more experience because not only do you have to level up your magic and stuff very high to be able to reach that point, you also need to level up fighting and defenses so that you don't explode, right? While a fighter doesn't really have to care about magic and can only focus on fighting, or mainly focus on fighting and its weapon skill and its defenses. Um, so yeah, it's just a matter of how many options you have, and mages get more options, and they can just do more powerful things and um, more versatile things with those options. Also, I don't think mages start weak. I think mages start strong and keep getting stronger. But melee characters are by far simpler because they have less options, and the one option that they start the game with, which is attack, is usually good enough to get you past the earlier points in the game, while mages get a book with like 5 spells, right? So you have to decide what spell is the best spell for what situation and stuff, and that might appear to make them weaker, but it's just a matter of like making the correct choices. I think they're just straight up stronger than most melee characters. But on the other hand, there's also things like Troll Melee or Minotaur Melee that is just like very simple, very fast, and very powerful. I played a Troll the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and it finished the game really fast. Primary thing you notice is that you can find a +10 weapon like D2 or 3. The power you gain past that only really comes from the strength you get from leveling gear or slaying. Beyond that, you can really hit much harder. You can kind of hit much harder. Do you know how skills work, or at least how weapon attack delay works with your skills? Pretty much for every 2 levels of any melee weapon skill that is not an armed combat that you get, your attack delay drops by 0.1. So most, actually all weapons, including these boomerangs, show you the minimum attack delay that you can achieve with a weapon and the skill level at which you achieve that delay. So if you train to that point, you're increasing your damage, but not directly increasing it. More like you are applying roughly the same amount of damage that you have more often, and that turns out into a damage increase. You can reach level 14 on one of them by like D4. That sounds like you have been playing a lot of Minotaur. Yeah, give something that is not a Minotaur a try. You will see that Minotaurs are really really good in that regard. Um, yeah, they're pretty powerful. It's actually quite unusual to reach 14 in a skill by D4. But yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about. You can get it relatively early if you focus it, um, but the damage still increases. I don't know exactly how damage melee damage works because it's like the most obscure thing in the whole game, right? Um, yeah, it's like super obscure by design as well. The development team doesn't really want you to crunch numbers. They just want you to go with whatever feels right, and I think that is correct. But yeah, the damage can increase by getting a better weapon with more base damage. You can also train more fighting for more base damage. I think that increases it a bit. Or you can get more strength, or you can get slaying. There is like a good amount of ways to increase your melee damage. And also, something that you may not have considered that is also really important is that maybe you don't have to increase your melee damage. Maybe it would be a good idea to diversify. You can get some javelins and some throwing skill and start throwing javelins. That also gives you more options. Or you can get spells or evocations, or maybe you went for a god that has good repeatable invocations that you can rely on. So yeah, again we come back to the diversifying part of the game and getting more options to deal with situations more than just doing this one thing and hoping that it works. Um, but with that being said, let's go back in again. If you enter this portal, you might not be able to return immediately. That's what the game said, and we got set above immediately. So I am going to read Amnesia for statue form. Not that it really matters, because I have a lot of spells levels left, but yeah, we're gonna learn Dragon Form again. Let's see, where is it? It should be way higher actually, because I have a lot of transmutations. I'm gonna get Dragon Form, and Dragon Form is one of my favorite spells actually. It makes you deal so much damage. It gives you 50% more HP, but it also nukes your defenses. Like you can see there that I have 20, 19, 20 armor class, 19 evasion in dragon form. If I cast a storm form, I get 2540, and that is with my equipment melted. If I cancel out and then cast it, I have 3146. So much better defenses, much better defenses. And at this point in the game, with the amount of spell power that I have, it's also much better damage. But on the other hand, wait. Let's stop nuking my mana. I'm out of mana. But now I have 3 pips of fire resistance in dragon form, so that's why I'm gonna be using that. You have to step away. Don't worry about it. I'll probably be still here by the time you get back. I don't think I want to finish the stream until I finish the character today. So yeah, we can just like dragon form, and probably I should be using storm form for situations when I get where I get surrounded. But for pretty much anything else, I should be using dragon form in this particular level with all the balrogs and the fireballs and the explosions and the bolts of fire. Yeah, sticky flame too. But since I'm in Dragon form gets 2 pips of fire resistance by default, and I have 1 pip of fire resistance from one of my rings. So that is 3 pips of fire resistance. Wow, red devils are so annoying. I wonder why they still jump away from you. That is super annoying. Yeah, the damage taken from Dragon form is like considerably more than the damage that I take from Storm form. Storm form just like makes me not take damage because good luck hitting a player with 46 evasion, right? It's not gonna happen consistently enough for me to build damage or to for the damage that I take to accumulate. I guess it would be the correct thing to say. We got a Ring of Slaying. That's the first one that I have gotten, I think. It's pretty good, but I don't know if it's better than 4 armor class. I think I'm just gonna stick with what I currently have. Hmm. I could also replace the Ring of the 50 Queens with the Ring of Slaying, but I think that's actually like not good or not a good idea. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna like have to drop it. I don't see myself using it because I don't want to replace anything in my inventory with it. Yeah, I shouldn't be out exploring, by the way. There's no point in doing so. I know where set above is. Set above is right over here. So we can certainly manifold assault that attacks many monsters at the same time from afar too. So it's really good spell for transmutations. Um, ouch! I don't want that guy to step on that. I don't want anything to step on that. Actually, I should step away from it. Mm, okay, something important that we have to keep in mind is that I have to wait for the transmutation to wear off until I can go again. Ooh, good damage on those Afrit. Um, yeah, we need to wait for the transmutation to wear off or manually cancel it before recasting it because that unmelts my extra spell power gear. So it just makes the thing better. Okay, there it is. Set above. And what does set above do? Set above bops you pretty hard. That's pretty much how it is. Set above bops you. Firestorm, Iron Shot, Fire Summon, that's a new thing. Setup used to get Summon Greater Demon. That was replaced in this version with Fire Summon, which is the same spell that Asmodeus gets. And Fire Summon got buffed recently. It used to summon Hellhounds and Efreet and like really bad things in addition to the good stuff like Hellions and Balrogs and Brimstone Fiends, right? Now it only summons the good stuff. So it's pretty good nowadays. Mm, but yeah, the most dangerous thing that Set Above can do is certainly Firestorm. So we are gonna close the door. Cancel out of this. Cast Dragon Form. Drink Haste. Drink Might. This time we're like using all the available buffs that I can because Set Above is no joke. 651 HP is no joke. And in addition to that, like he just deals so much damage. Whether it is with spells or with melee, Set Above can definitely nuke you. However, I have Manifold Assault, I have Brilliance, so if we get lucky, we should be able to deal with Set Above without it ever reaching me. Well, we kind of soften it up, Set Above, quite a bit. Like heavily wounded means that the monster is at around 50% HP or less. So it just means that Cerebov should be around 300 HP now. Maybe a bit more than that. But anyway, we can finish the fight even without any mana left. Or I could just drink mana if I so desired. We're gonna use Acid on Cerebov. That reduces armor class. Sort of Cerebov burns away your fire resistance. Unfortunate, but manageable. We're gonna Bob Serabov. All right. I don't think we're gonna lose this fight. Yeah, 48 damage. It's nice to be hit for 48 and still like have it not be a significant amount of damage in your HUD. Sure, 48 is kind of bad, but it's kind of a drop in the water when you have close to 400 maximum HP. So that's kind of one of the greatest upsides of Dragon Form, and that is something that you don't get from Storm Form. Stormform leaves you with the same amount of HP that you would have otherwise. Oh, wow, this troll leather armor is okay actually. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Unfortunately, it's dexterity plus 10. If it was intelligence plus 10, I would consider picking it up and using it. But dexterity plus 10 is a pretty irrelevant thing for my character. But yeah, the reason why I would consider using that is because it gives me regeneration when I don't have it melded. So regenerating is a pretty decent thing for this part of the game. There's no way to get it other than gear. Um, but unfortunately, it's not something that I can really afford to do with this character. I need all the spell power that I can get. Ignition at 13%. We're getting pretty close to ignition being a viable thing that I can do. Okay, so I have two runes to go. I have Lomlobon's rune and I have Menolex's rune. From those two, Lomlobon, I would say that overall is like the hardest fight in the whole game. Well, not really the hardest fight in the whole game, but probably the hardest fight in extended. Mentally twitchy. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. I hope that you have been enjoying the show. Um, I certainly enjoy this game quite a bit. That's why I've been able to stream it. I guess I would say consistently, but not quite in recent days. But regardless of that, I've been able to stream it, and for a while now. I always have a good time with it. Well, not really always, but frequently I have a good time with Crawl. And if I'm not having a good time, it's a good signal for me to not be playing at the moment. So it seems that we entered Lomlobon's level. Yeah, I missed the message. But fortunately, Crawl nowadays warns you if you're about to leave a level with a rune of Sot. Um, yeah, that's a pretty nice thing that Crawl does that nowadays. Always happy to see a good Crawl stream. I try my best, and I appreciate that people appreciate that I do what I do, for sure. So yeah, Lomlobon is in this little room here. And the rune is in one of these four houses. I like the symmetric bolts that prevent you from ninjaing, or that make ninjaing much more dangerous. I've always kind of liked them. So we are going to replace this ring with the ring of wariness because it gives me 3 pips of cold resistance. I don't care about fire resistance for this fight, but cold resistance is important because Lomlobon gets polar vortex and also gets glaciate. I I was talking with Star Polemic yesterday, and I agree that it would be cool if Lomlabon got like a bunch of remove spells, remove level 9 player spells. So like Glaciate, Ice Storm. After all, Lomlabon is supposed to be the Demon Lord of Forbidden Knowledge. So a remove spell is kind of like Forbidden Knowledge to the player. But I wouldn't like Lomlabon to get Absolute Zero. That is just like lame. How do you fight something that can instantly kill you from full HP in a single turn? That is not resistible by willpower, I have to clarify, because there is a fair amount of monsters out there that can kill you from full HP in a single turn by paralyzing you or by banishing you, theoretically. You could say that is like a delayed instant kill. But all of those monsters can be rendered much more palatable with willpower, and Absolute Zero doesn't care about that. So yeah, Absolute Zero can never be a monster spell. I don't think I care about that actually. My weapons are my hands, so I don't need that. And yeah, I've already killed two named Pandemonium Lords with transmutations melee. So this is looking pretty good for my character. Let me end transformation, cast or drink brilliance, drink haste, drink might. We're like buffing as much as we can for this fight because you have to respect Lom Lobon. Lom Lobon is the most the most dangerous one of the Pandemonium Lords. And look at my defenses, 3451 in Storm form. It's so good. It scales so well um, with spell power. So let's see. Um, a lot of HP, 389, but I think the most important part of Lom Lobon has to be major healing and blink range. That can mean that your fight turns very quickly into a battle of attrition because Lom Lobon can blink range and then major heal again, and then Lom Lobon is back at full HP and you are not. So this fight can be a pretty bad fight for the player. In addition to that, I guess Polar Vortex and Glaciate are also pretty bad. CBL is mostly irrelevant. By this point in the game, you have resistance to electricity, which I do have from Stormform. Stormform gives you resistance to electricity. In my opinion, it should give you immunity, but anyway, we're gonna Manifold Assault and try to use all my mana on Lomlobon before things get bad. Unfortunately, it was a very quick and painless fight. Sometimes it's not. Like, actually, I would say that often the fight goes bad because you don't have the damage output that I currently have. So yeah, good damage output is very good against Lomlobon. Or I guess Absolute Zero in a version where Absolute Zero exists. But I'm not playing that. I am playing 0.27, where Absolute Zero was replaced by Polar Vortex. Um, so yeah, I think it's about time for me to think of a level 9 spell, because I am close to maxing, or close to getting the amount of skill in fire magic that I desire for Ignition. Let's see, what's my available spells? It's this button. Um, I can get theoretically Firestorm. It wouldn't be that much of a stretch to get Firestorm. I can also do the same for Chain Lightning, but I've never been. Well, I was a fan of the Conjuration level 9 spells back in the day. Now I know better, and I know that they are a bit too expensive for what they offer. So I might not get Firestorm. Well, I won't get Firestorm, and I might not get Chain Lightning, but I kind of want to get it because I want to give it a try. Um, but I think the correct thing to get is probably Polar Vortex and also Shatter because I like having Shatter to cheat in Tomb Ban for the health. I think I should rush Shatter, and then if I get Shatter, I would also try to get Polar Vortex. Yeah, those are probably the spells that I'm gonna get, or where my experience is gonna go for the rest of the game. Um, so yeah, let's get out of here. Okay, gate leading to another region of Pandemonium. Let's cast this. You never know when you're gonna immediately be thrown into a fight. Oh, an exit through the horrors of the abyss. I'm tempted to take that because I need the rune from the abyss. And it might take me a while to find another one of these exits if I get all the runes and then try to look for an exit. So I might as well take the exit now, then go back into Pandemonium. Um, or I can get out. I can also get out and maybe drop the Sword of Serebov that I picked up as a memento. Another exit. Wow. So two exits close to each other. Very funny. Am I guess I'm not picking up Identify because Identify essential in the early game and really, really useless at this point. Is the Rooney over there? Oh, there. Oh, wow, that was quick. Well, that was indeed very quick. Oh, wait, why am I doing that? I have ignition. I should use ignition. Okay, that's the rune. I would assume that there's like a lot of. Oh, that's another abyssal rune. Funny thing, this bot has a lot of mimics and worthless items and the rune. So I already got what I wanted from that vault. So I'm just gonna like get out of there. A potion of magic is pretty nice. Those are pretty rare and certainly pretty useful for a character like the one that I currently have that uses a lot of mana. Um, or can use a lot of mana. You or more like it, the proper thing to say is that my character doesn't do either of those things, but more like needs to have some mana. Because if you don't have mana, you don't have Stormform, and if you don't have Stormform, bad things can happen to you for sure. So yeah, those potions of mana are definitely gonna be lifesavers. But yeah, we got the rune, we got the exit. That was clean. That was certainly clean. Let's go back to the Ring of Fire resistance. I don't need the cold resistance. And let's see what else do I want to drop. The Sword of Serebov. Maybe the Scrolls of Amnesia. Yeah, I'll amnesia things when I get out of Pandemonium if I need to. Let's rest off my HP and let's go back in for the last two runes. Oh, another potion of magic. Okay, I'm not gonna say no to those. Hmm. Yeah, monsters shouting from outside of the screen is like not a thing that you want to see happen because that means that, yeah, it means Pandemonium Lord. Oh, Crystal Spear, Blink Alice Encircling, Mass Confusion. This guy has nasty spells and Blink Away. Well, Blink, it's not necessarily Blink Away, but it's Blink. Good armor class, very bad evasion, about 3% to evade these hands. Okay, it's gonna be a very quick and easy fight for me. I don't need to buff. Hopefully, I can also get hit by two crystal spears for maximum damage, and then things get pretty bad. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. 3% chance to dodge these hands. I should have rested my mana before going in. Okay, fortunately it wasn't thrown into a fight immediately, but I see that this level has Hellions. That is a level that you cannot rest in. We found a scroll of magic mapping. I could use it, but I also have very little. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, I only have three. I cannot afford to use it. I'm gonna need them for Tomb. For Tomb 3 is very important to use one to reveal the traps. Um, it reveals the traps of the whole level, so that can kind of help you plan ahead, like way ahead. So I always like to use one in Tomb 3 and in SOT 5 as well, but we already did SOT 5, so that's like one less concern. But I also want to use them for the final level of every one of the hells. So that's 5 scrolls of magic mapping in total, and I only have 3, so I need to find 2 more, or otherwise I won't be able to use them in some of those places. I was wondering why I was getting affected by sap magic so much because I have good willpower, right? But it turns out that it doesn't check willpower at all. What lame spell. Why does it not check willpower? It should, in my opinion at least. Oh, Of course, I got marked. I didn't even notice, but I got marked. Stormform is wearing off. That's not very good. This guy has Chaos Melee, so if we get unlucky, bad things could happen to me. What's the chance to hit me? 38% chance to hit me. I have 46 evasion. I don't know if I agree with that. Right, we're gonna do that and this. I'm gonna keep punching this guy. I would like to not be marked. I don't even know why I am marked. Oh, 3 cacodemons. You feel odd for a moment. That's lucky. You cannot move. That was a pretty unfortunate miscast. Oh no! I lost wild magic. Oh, that sucks. So the reason why having wild magic was like good for this character is that wild magic means more spell power, and more spell power means a more powerful storm form. So losing wild magic is definitely not as significant as you would think, but it is a pretty bad thing for my character, unfortunately. The days for 3146 Stormform are gone. Like I don't think I'm gonna get back 3146 Stormform. Um, Maybe the correct thing to do in that fight was to use Ignition. It's a tool that I have available now that I haven't really been thinking of, so I really need to keep it in mind. I'm gonna train this to 23. I think 23 Earth Magic is gonna be more than enough to cast Shatter. Probably I'm gonna stop at like 22 or 21. But yeah, my spell power is so bad now. I guess I am in storm form, so I have my enhancers melded, but it still is not looking good for my storm form. I should use one of my recently acquired potions of mana to do ignition, which is the thing that I should have done from the very start. Um, Unfortunately, that kind of wins me the fight. Oh, there's so many Nekosek here and Cacodemons. I need to get out of this level as soon as possible. Oh, okay, that's the exit. Of course, that's the exit. I'm gonna rest my mana and then we're gonna get out of here. Wait. Now that I am in this form, I can check my power. 78 storm form. It's fine. I let's like to be completely honest, it's fine. Oh, something that is also like a nice upside that I haven't really been talking about is that I also have the same amount of power on Earthstrike because Earthstrike is there. So if I have the same levels on transmutations and air, I'm gonna have the same power on pretty much all of the on-cap spells from those two schools. So yeah, I get some beefier strikes that I haven't really been using because Manifold Assault just happens to be better. But if I really need to hit something and I don't have the ability to use Ignition for some reason, I guess I can use Airstrike. Um, yeah, something to keep in mind that I haven't really been keeping in mind. 2944. So before losing Wild Magic, it was 3146. Unfortunate, but we can deal with it. It's not that awful actually. Oh, that's Greater Demons. Something makes me think that that is like the Pandemonium Lord Vault, so I should probably not be there. Another exit through the Horrors of the Abyss. We are gonna skip that one. Menoleg, okay. Menoleg's level has all the Cacodemons and all the Necoseks and all the Shining Eyes, so you're bound to get out of here with mutations, whether you like it or not, or you're gonna lose some mutations, which did happen to me very recently. It was going to happen here if it didn't happen before. Um, with some luck, I will be able to deal with it. Mm. Thinking about using magic mapping, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I can just auto explore, and it's not that big of a deal for this level. Okay, I would like you to not do that. Maybe this is the situation to use Airstrike. Yeah, there we go. You feel a strong surge of power. So yeah, having these guys on line of sight and not being able to destroy them or like place monsters between them and me immediately is always an unpleasant experience because these guys can malmutate me, and if they get a bad malmutation, like I just have to drink mutation, and that would ruin my mutations. Mm, I guess the only mutation that I had that I really wanted was wild magic, and I already lost that. So at least in that regard, mutations don't matter anymore. And if I really have to drink mutation, I would definitely do so. But fingers crossed for not getting any more bad mutations or any more mutations at all, because I can get like horns or something, and that would also nerf me like in a similar way that losing wild magic nerfed me because I am using a helmet of intelligence. Um, I'm not carrying any armor, which can be enchanted further. Still should pick that up because why not? Where is the bolt? I feel like I've explored so much of the level already, but I really haven't. No bad mutations. You feel the urge to shout. That is irrelevant. Shoutitis is okay. It's manageable. It's obviously like better not to have shoutitis, but having shoutitis won't make me immediately lose the game the next time it triggers. Um, I guess it can contribute to me losing, but it's not as direct of a killer as the new blurry vision, for example. Um, you feel off for a moment. Okay, that's fine. Mm. Oh, Berserkiti sucks. Okay, I have to remove that one. It's a shame. I'm gonna have to remove that one. Mm. I cannot afford to have Berserkitis. Berserkitis can kill you. As I was mentioning when I was talking with Zico, or Psycho, I don't really know how to pronounce that. Crawl is a game where the more options you have, the more directly powerful you become. Having options is always good in Crawl. So being randomly berserked is a random way to lose a lot of options in the middle of a dangerous situation. So I don't like having Berserkitis at all. Never liked Berserkitis. I feel like it's a good way to get yourself killed, unless it comes accompanied by like a really good item. So for example, Leech. I think this character got Leech. Yeah, this character got Leech, and I didn't use it because I was wielding the Mace of Willpower. Okay, there it is, Menoleg. Misshapen Menoleg now. I think I should haste against Menoleg. I think it's worth it. A bit too late for me to use other buffs. Let's just go with only haste. Fortunately, it was a quick fight for me. I don't want to have an extended fight against Menoleg because Menoleg can also like malmutate you with melee. Oh, Lost Berserkitis. Oh, that is so good. Thank you, Mr. Cacodemon. Thank you for removing the mutation that I wanted to lose. I also lost Shoutitis in the curse of doing this level, so that was excellent actually. We got super lucky with those bad mutation effects. Mm, so let's just grab the rune and get out of here. Alrighty, there it is. So now I have 10. I am missing. Am I missing any runes? Let's see. I already killed Glork's block, Cerebov, Lomlobon, Menoleg, and the first level had the demonic rune, so I think we're good here. I just want to get out. And funny thing, I've already seen a portal out of here, so let's just go ahead and auto-travel there. And what can I say? Like, once you get to a certain point is in spell power, Stormform is just absolutely insanely powerful. Um, but if you can't get to that point in spell power, you should go with Dragon Form. It's also super expensive to get Stormform because level 7 dual school. At least you can afford to be a dual school with Air Magic because Air Magic gets a lot of very good spells um, along the line. It's not like the experience goes to waste. You get like Air Strike and Lightning Bolt and CBL and I guess also the Cloud spells if you really want to use those. But yeah, time for me to depart this accursed place. So I have 10 out of 15. All right, I am missing the 4 Hell runes and the Tomb rune, um, and we're doing quite well. So next stop for this character is definitely to get the Hell rune. I'm gonna forget about Dragon Form. Not gonna give that any more usage. Gonna learn statue form again. This time it's gonna be even better because I've been training Earth Magic. I'm also gonna learn Shatter. Um, we are gonna be using that soon. I am kind of excited for Shatter. Shatter is always like a pleasure to use. So good. Um, I could learn silence as well. Well, not really. Silence. Oh, never mind. Silence doesn't do anything for Hell or Pandemonium or the Abyss, but it's excellent for Tomb, as long as you use it in a responsible manner and don't like cast it when there is a royal mummy at the edge of line of sight that you're not gonna silence with silence, and then you should be okay. Statue form. We have 3 dice of 36 that can increase actually against vulnerable enemies or decrease against particularly resistant enemies. Um, okay, so let's go. Let's go to Hell. There's a gateway to Hell right over here. Mm, okay, let's go in. Right, there is Herion. I don't need to buff for this particular fight. I am not particularly threatened by Herion, to be completely honest. We can just run at Herion and punch it. And as you can see, like Herion doesn't hold a candle to 2944 defenses, and literally dealing like I would say that I deal like an average of 100 damage in every melee attack, which is pretty crazy if you know this game. But yeah, that got rid of Herion real quick, and now we have to like do the rest of the vestibule. This time we didn't get Murray. Murray is like a pretty rare enemy. I've done extended a fair amount. I've also done like the vestibule of hell a fair amount, and I don't think I've seen Murray in literal years. Um, so yeah, super rare enemy. Apparently Murray has like a 1 in 3 chance to spawn here. But I've done this a fair amount, and I don't think I've seen Murray in a while. Hmm. Okay. At some point, I should also max unarmed combat, fighting, and dodging as well. But of course, like demigod aptitudes, right? It's gonna be complicated for me to do that. There's just not enough experience in the game for me to do all of that. Like I'm getting multiple very high level spells from different schools, and I'm also like, what? Okay, that was sketchy. What did the game gave me why did the game give me that message? Why? Okay, that's lame. I don't think the game should do that because turned into I turned into Stormform over lava, and the game is like, oh, you can't do that. Um, okay, that was scary for a moment, but I think we should be okay because I didn't get drained or damaged or anything, so it was just like a bit of a bug. Yeah, a bit of a buggy message that is meant to scare the living daylights out of you. And I guess it did that. That was scary. But anyway, I have refrigeration, and refrigeration turns Jenna into the easiest of the hells because everything there will be weak to cold. So I can just quiver fridge, and we can have a jolly old day in good old Jenna. Um, when I say everything, I mean almost everything. There's probably like a couple of monsters like this Tormentor that are not particularly weak to cold, but it's also not resistant either, so it's fine. We are gonna do this and a bit of this, and yeah, as I mentioned, mostly everything is weak to cold in this accursed place. We can even unwield the staff of her, so I don't have to go into a form to punch things. I have 24 on armed combat, which means that wow, these guys are not weak to cold. I guess they are not. They're also not resistant, so they die really quickly. Um, so yeah, 24 on armed combat makes me able to punch things even without having Stormform. But Stormform makes the whole thing much, much, much faster. So it's probably a good idea to still use it regardless. We found a shaft, or a hatch rather. We are still going down. Okay. I see a Hellion at the edge of the screen. Always a good idea to break line of sight of that. Um, let's see, I'm at half HP. This might not be good. I wonder how Were Blood works. I heard that if you kill things, it heals you. Do I even have it? I might not have it. I don't see it. No, I don't have Were Blood, surprisingly. Um, yeah, I've heard that if you kill things, it heals you, so it might be a good idea to have that. Um, there's so many monsters here. Yeah, there's the Hellion. I don't have mana. Things are getting kind of nasty. There's so many monsters in the hells that things can go bad, or you might be stuck in an extended fight without having the ability to rest or heal, as I am right now. There's I was marked. I didn't notice, but I got marked at some point, and that is why I'm fighting literally the entirety of the level at the moment. Okay, you are not fire resistant, but you're also not cold resistant, so I can use ignition. Well, I could if I had the mana to do so. I guess we can eat damnation to the face. And now I'm gonna try to rest to full HP. I'm just gonna sit here and wait to regen all my HP. Okay. For these guys, we are going to storm form, punch them. Yep. I was thinking about getting fancy with refrigeration and stuff, but there is absolutely no point in doing that. There's no need to do so. A demigod in hell, interesting. Yeah, I thought of that, and I have never done extended with a demigod, so I decided to give it a try, and it also gives me like time to get more spell power for Stormform to properly test how powerful it can get. Um, Can I please rest to full HP? Wow, I got drained slightly, I guess, by sitting there and waiting to regen my HP. I need a way down. Like I don't wanna have to do that again. Okay, just gonna break line of sight of the Tormentor. Wait for it to get over here. I got tormented twice by the Tormentor, 2 times in a row. So now we have to rest again, unfortunately. Was there a new update? Stormform and new Chain Lightning seem new. Well, yeah, it's strong. There's like pretty much daily updates. Kind of standard for Trunk to get updates like that. Okay, you cannot. You actually like don't have good melee. But you have Damnation. Damnation could have been scary. I guess I can use Ambrosia actually. Ambrosia makes it faster to rest. Yeah, kind of. Uh, Doing heal without any sources of regen is so painful because it takes forever for you to heal back to full HP. And then while you're trying to do so, you're getting pummeled by fiends and random garbage like that. And then your transmutations get cancelled and you get slowed. Um, so annoying. But yeah, that was a one shot on that Brimstone Fiend. And they have around 100 HP, so this Stormform deals such good damage. It is such a good spell. Um, but you need the spell power. I think it's only good because I have 46 intelligence and 2 spell enhancers. Okay. I got contaminated with residual magic by one of those flying skulls stepping on this odd trap. It feels pretty unfair. I hope that I don't get malmutated. I could drink cancellation to get rid of that. I have 8 cancellation. I think I can afford to spare one. I still I still have a lot of contamination. Wow, okay, I'm not gonna drink 3. Like I'm straight up not gonna drink 3. It is what it is. It's fingers crossed for not getting malmutated. That's how I'm gonna put it. What is the bottom for manifold? Oh, it's the first one, A. That's nice. Yeah, talking about Chain Lightning, I've been thinking about getting it with this character, but I think it's unlikely for me to do so. Um, just because it's a lot of experience to get a level 9 dual school spell, and I just don't have that experience. I'm trying to get Shatter because I think Shatter is a very good spell to have for extended in general. It allows you to cheat many of the worst parts of the game, like Tomb and the final levels of most of the hells. Most of them have bolts that you can cheat with Shatter. So that's why I'm training it. I'm pretty much always up for Shatter in my 15 rune characters, unless they are worshippers of the Shining One with an arbalest, and they can afford to just kill everything because you're with the Shining One and you're gonna heal a lot. But this character doesn't have a god, so there's no option like that for me. Um, okay, I would like to find more downstairs. These floors of Jena have been rough. They have certainly not been an easy and fast experience. More like the complete opposite of that. So these guys are immune to fire. So you cannot use ignition against these guys, unfortunately, because they were certainly in like the correct position for me to use ignition against them if they were vulnerable to it. So many random rooms with no purpose other than to waste my time. See, this is another one of those rooms. I guess that's a good room to lock yourself in to rest to full HP or to attempt to do so. Um, but I would like them to have something else. In general, I don't like Pandemonium because it can get pretty tedious looking for the demonic rune and then getting out. And I also don't like Hell because it can get pretty tedious looking for the stairs. At least you don't have to get out of Hell. Everywhere where there would normally be a set of upstairs, there's only a portal out of Hell in general, which is pretty nice. So yeah, I hope that eventually this gets reworked because sometimes there's characters that you have that are pretty good, like this one, and that I didn't want to finish, but this is what you get if you don't want to finish your character, pretty much. So not ideal. Hmm. Tormentor tormented me twice. Do I have statue form? Because I should consider using that instead of storm form. Um, It's not gonna melt my melee weapon, but it will give me torment resistance, which does help a lot against those random tormentors. Still no downstairs. I feel like I've already explored so much of the level, yet no downstairs. Two gateways to hell though. Kind of annoying. And if only I could regenerate so I could walk around and be relatively safe while doing so. But I don't really have that option, unfortunately. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, I need to unwield the Staff of Air if I'm gonna be using statue form, because my Staff of Air is garbage compared to my unarmed combat attacks. Refrigeration, refrigeration. I wonder how much easier this would be with a goth. Oh, downstairs, let's go. And another set of downstairs, finally. And a shaft! Okay, it's like, oh no! The fire elemental robbed me of my shaft. Hi, it turns out that in statue form I am relatively stealthy. Also, statue form doesn't melt your entire inventory. I also just remembered that. It doesn't melt your shield or your helmet or your cloak. Um, so I think it's a pretty good form to have for sure. Okay. Wow, this Helion is going crazy with the damnation. That's three uses of damnation that I got right there. Oh, that's great. That's a way down. We're gonna use ignition here, and again, I'm gonna punch this stone giant. I'm gonna try to close the door. There is a Helion coming my way. I need to get rid of this guy. Oh wow, it's immune to damnation. I'm pretty sure it's immune to damnation because it just used damnation, and yeah, the Helion completely resists. Um, okay, that got kinda sketchy, but just for a moment. Now we are okay. Um, I would like to rest a full HP game. I guess I still have Ambrosia. I should use a couple of those as my Gito sources of regeneration. Those, that was kind of underwhelming. Sometimes Ambrosia can heal you for a lot, but sometimes it's just bad. Oh, maybe I should end the transformation so it heals me more. I don't think it heals you based on your life percentage. So by not being in statue form, I would theoretically get healed more. All right. Statue form? No, I guess the storm form is fine. Okay, we shall read magic mapping here. I hate this bolt. This bolt is so long. You have to go through pretty much the entirety of it. This would be an excellent bolt to have shatter online already. It's at 54% chance to fail. I could I could risk it. Yeah, what happens if I do that? Now it's 45. Okay, let's try to shatter. I hope that I don't immediately regret it. You miscast Shatter. Okay, one more. There we go. Okay, so that is what Shatter allows you to do. So normally I would have to go all the way over here and go in and then go over here and then go over here to enter the vault and then go over there to like fight Asmodeus. I think Asmodeus is in this room. Or maybe it's this room, and then this room has the rune. So what having Shatter allows me to do is that I don't have to go all the way over here to go over here to go over here to go over here. I skipped all of that just by casting Shatter and breaking a single wall. And then I can do it again or right here, and I skip the Asmodeus fight entirely just by having Shatter. So yeah, it's an excellent spell for this and for extended in general. Ouch. What if you don't do that again? I would appreciate it if you abstained from roasting me like that. Um, Okay, we're gonna rest in this closet. And then we're gonna get out here and cast the Stormform again, probably. Yeah, after going through such a significant part of the game with Manifold Assault in my quiver, it gets kind of confusing to have Reach in the quiver, so let's remove it. Okay, slowly but surely we are going to make our way to the second point in the level where I need to shatter to cheat. Gonna do this closet just to make sure there's no like fiend or something. Yeah, we immediately got tormented too. That's kind of rude. Wow, okay. Okay, calm down with your damnation. Since I am in a closet, I am only going to have to fight a single monster if I do get like monsters thrown at me, just like this. So I don't really care about particularly healing fast by using Ambrosia or something. I can just like go into statue form, punch them, and get out of it, rinse and repeat. For this guy, I can just punch it. I don't even need to wield my, or I don't even need to cast anything. Okay, a fiend. We have kind of we need to respect those, unfortunately. Mm, okay, maybe end transformation, and then I'm gonna try to cheat again with the same method. Hopefully, yeah, 38% shatter means that we have been gaining a slight amounts of experience here. That hopefully will make this process less painful. So shatter time. Uh-huh. That is a rune. I don't have a port, so I cannot apport the rune. There's a rendered ring and a rendered amulet. I kind of want to check those, but I don't think I will be able to do so. What I want to do is just pick up the rune and maybe I just get out. I don't need to fight Asmodeus, even though I think I could beat Asmodeus in a fight. Wield the Staff of Air, cast a Storm Form, punch these things. Refrigeration doesn't instantly kill the Balrog. That is to be expected. They are kind of tanky. 77 HP. I wonder what's my damage of refrigeration. 4 dice of 15. So on a pretty good roll, it could have one-shot the Balrog. But it needed to be a pretty good roll, which I didn't get, obviously. I wonder if the game lets you cast a statue form over lava. I wonder if the game is like, hey, you shouldn't do that because it's gonna make you sink into the lava and it will be awful for you. Okay, so I'm gonna pick up my loot. Yeah, that's another piece from some chessboard. And then we are going to get out of here. I don't want to stumble into Asmodeus right now. That would be pretty bad because I have very little HP. Yeah, there he is. There's two more rings that I want to check, but I'm at 50%. I cannot justify doing the fight as I am right now. It's really risky. It can go so bad so fast if I try to fight Asmodeus with 50% HP. Um, are you weak to cold by any chance? No, you're not, but you're not resistant either. So yeah, I think I can win, but not without preparing properly. I'm just gonna read a fog to break line of sight of all those Balrogs, just to play it safe. And now we are kind of pretty safe from Asmodeus. I just need to go back to my closet, lock myself in, rest to full HP, rinse and repeat. Asmodeus is not going to chase me through the lava. I think he can fly. Let's see. Let's make sure of that. Yeah, he can fly, but he's not gonna follow me through the lava. The Balrogs will, because the Balrogs do that. They don't really care, but Asmodeus won't care. Your strike on the Balrog. I would like to be able to go through these metal walls, but I don't think I can. Covered in a thin golden foil, steadily peeling away in a constant oppressive heat. That kind of thing makes me think, why would anyone apply a thin golden foil to something that will literally be in the hottest place known to monster kind? Like, why bother doing that? Um, Something frightening happens. A Brimstone Fiend comes into view. Is a pretty good message, let me tell you. Mm, oh, why was I meleeing with my staff? Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I should really inscribe it with don't attack. Let's do that right now. In D&D, the palace made in the realm of fire is called the City of Brass. Yeah, that is also a land in Magic the Gathering. It's a pretty decent land that gives you mana of any color, but it costs one life to generate the mana. It's pretty good. Um, Not useful in all decks, obviously, or more like there's better things that you can put in your deck in a lot of decks, but it's still a powerful effect. That's how I know about the City of Brass. Mm, okay. The game is really reluctant to let me go in and check my gear and maybe fight Asmodeus. Yeah, it seems like the game really doesn't want me to do that. By the way, 2742 if I cast it without wielding the staff. Not very good. Can I? Oh wait, I think I might not be the stealthiest of beings in storm form. So let's just cast a statue form instead. Bad ring. Let's check the last ring. Bad ring. Yeah, I don't like the strength -2, even though I like the slaying. Okay, I think I can take on Asmodeus, as I mentioned before. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Gotta close the door, make some noise. Um, do I need to buff? I don't think so, but I am going to get Brilliance because getting Brilliance pretty much makes me have double my mana, and that's kind of good. And Stormform 3247. Now let's see. You bellow for attention. You bellow in storm form? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna punch Asmodeus pretty good with Manifold Assault. Heavily wounded, so we're kind of getting there. That's not what I wanted to see. Yeah, that's actually pretty bad. You suddenly feel all small and vulnerable. A Reaper, a Brimstone Fiend, and a Zombie come into view. So these are real. They are not summons. I'm gonna walk towards the Brimstone Fiend to punch it. There we go. Oh, that was some good damage on the Brimstone Fiend. That's the most damage that I've done this game without getting a staff, by the way. 5 exclamation signs. I think that means that I dealt over 144 damage in a single attack. Hola, Javieri. Hola. I do speak Spanish, but I usually speak English because the people who watch this game don't really speak Spanish. If I tried to stream this but commentate in Spanish, I wouldn't have any viewers at all. So that's why I speak English while playing this game. But I do know how to speak Spanish, and in fact, I frequently do so in real life. It turns out that speaking Spanish in Mexico is a convenient skill to have. Um, so yeah, that was Asmodeus. I didn't really talk too much about it, but once we got past the early first attempt, it was super easy. And Jaina was surprisingly harder than I thought it would be. But Cocytus is not gonna be like that. Cocytus is definitely gonna be like super easy with Ignition because Ignition just like murders zombies and skeletons, which Fridge doesn't really do. Um, all right. Let me drop the scepter of Asmodeus. It allows you to summon like fiery demons and stuff. I wonder if you get the bad ones like hellhounds and Efreeti and stuff like that. I don't think you do, or at least I would like to hope that is not the case. Let's see here. Okay. I think it's time for me to go into Cocytus. It's gonna be pretty simple, I think. Much less painful than Jenna, probably. So that's an easy Cocytus one, at least. We got to the exit real quick. Let's keep maneuvering around here. Okay, move forward. Irradiated Tormentor. Irradiate is so good. It is quite a powerful spell, so it's a good thing to keep around while doing this. That is an alarm trap. That is not what we want to see. Um, Come on. Okay, I can just ignition these guys just to quickly clear them all out of the way. Oh, that's the exit. Excellent. That's what I should have been doing in Jaina. But Jaina has so many tormentors that I felt like as soon as I saw a monster in Jaina, I was like, oh, you lose 50% of your maximum HP. And unfortunately, it seems to be the same um, in Cocytus, even though Cocytus doesn't have that many tormentors. Um, oh, it doesn't have Hellions too. That's a big deal. There's Hellions cannot generate in Cocytus like at all. Um, Righty. Gonna maneuver these skeletal warriors to all be in a position where they would get hit by multiple ignition explosions. Whenever I actually have the chance to cast it, that is. I only have 7 mana after all. Now I have 8 mana, but it's not worth it for me to spend my 8 mana trying to kill whatever was remaining by casting ignition. So we are not gonna do that. Okay, I need to find either the way down or a room where I can lock myself in to rest. Um, Maybe I could do digging. Oh, that is not ideal. Okay, I do have. Oh, I don't have 3 pips of cold resistance. Well, that is something that I need to get before progressing with this place. I need to get that just to remove the extremely unlikely chance for a nice fiend to do ice fiends to me. I don't want that to happen. All right, so we can rest here. This is as safe as it can get for resting purposes in hell, because whenever a monster generates, there will only be one of them, and I can just like deal with them by killing them normally, right? So unfortunately, I got tormented. I guess I can rest in statue form to avoid being tormented. A short strike. Good enough reason to be near immune to cold in this place. Yeah, 3 dice of 30 and also dealing up to 63 extra cold damage with their melee and them being extremely fast. Yeah, these are just like a bunch of joy. They certainly hold a candle to their counterparts, to their acidic counterparts from the depths. Um, yeah, imagine if short strikes could spit acid. Oh, that would be awful. That would be like really messed up. Fortunately, it is not the case, and they cannot do that. Let's try to keep searching for the exit. As a general rule, I don't think I should stop and fight against any one monster that is not like a Tormentor or a Hellion or a Fiend. Anything that has Torment or Damnation or Smite, you could say. Um, Smite is also kind of bad to to have on the screen for an extended period of time. All these monsters, all these zombies without any projectile attacks or stuff like that, they are mostly irrelevant and you can kind of ignore them. Up next, Abyssal strikes with distortion. That would be annoying more than actually dangerous. Like assuming they would appear in depths, at that point you can kind of survive, no big deal. Um, you can kind of survive being banished, but it can be certainly quite annoying. So I wouldn't like to see them for that reason. Let's see, magic mapping. We have one magic mapping left. Um, so Antaeus is in one of these two rooms, like either that one or this one over here, and there's no way to know in which one he is. But yet again, in order for me to get in, I would have to. I start here, right? I start right in this square where the statue is. So I will have to go all the way over here and all the way over here and actually all the way over here down there. And I would be able to go in. And then this is deep water. So if you don't fly, you have to surround the deep water and then go in and then go into the entrance, which is over here. And then you have to fly for sure. Whether or not you have flying, you need to get it so you can get in. Or actually, I think these are shallow water. Actually, yeah, some shallow water, some shallow water. Oh, everything is marked as shallow. I guess until I see it, I won't know if it's deep or not. But yeah, I think these are shallow, and then everything else is deep. Um, but yeah, Shatter will allow me to skip like a significant amount of that, fortunately. So yeah, I just need to rest. Hmm, okay, we can punch that guy without having to be in a form. No big deal. 20 Earth Magic allows me to cast Shatter with 17% chance to fail it. That's pretty good, but we need more than that. I need like 23, as I mentioned earlier. We have pretty good power on Shatter. 3 dice of 53 is pretty good. I like this character. This character feels very powerful in a way that other extended characters that I've played before have not felt. But that is directly the result of just having stats. This character is similar to having a Chebriados worshipper, but without the crippling slow that affects Chebriados worshippers by nature of being Chebriados worshippers, right? So I can rest here, where I would like to hope that I can. Or actually, why would I do that? I can just go over here and just like get in, wield that, storm form, poke these guys while being a storm. Ignition these guys because there's like a lot of them and they all got nuked by ignition. Um, Wait, now ignition. The shard strike is very resistant to cold, and it still like was barely scratched by ignition. That's surprising. How much damage does that deal? 3 dice of 15 in storm form. We need to remember that when I am in storm form, my Archmagi gets melted, so I don't get the buff to spell power from that. But I guess I get pretty good defenses and pretty good melee damage as well, so it's definitely worth it to be walking around in Stormform. If you don't want to juggle having more spell power or having good melee damage, I would take having good melee damage. Righty, I got tormented, so I need to take a break and I need to rest off the damage. Oh, that's a Kraken zombie. I didn't even realize, but it is indeed a Kraken zombie. Um, well, it was, I guess. This character is just too powerful. And it can certainly kill a lot of things that would normally be relatively dangerous, like super quick. A funny thing is that when I was doing the normal part of the game, like the first 3 runes, I found a kraken and I just killed it in like 3 turns because I have what's it called? What is this thing called? Toxic radiance. Yeah, krakens are not poison resistant. Imagine being a huge octopus, just like swimming in the sea and not having poison resistance. Like, how does that work? The sea is like so poisonous. There's so many things that have so many deadly poisons in the sea, and you cannot get to be a giant octopus and not be immune to poison. I think they should be immune to poison. Um, okay, it's a good idea to run away from that Blizzard Demon because of the Ice Fiend. Fortunately, the Ice Fiend happened to step right next to the Blizzard Demon, so I was able to use Ignition against it. And that got me a very quick and easy kill against that guy. Mm, okay. Thank you, Shatter, for making this much less lengthy than necessary. That was all because of Shatter. I love that spell. It's so good. I haven't used it for damage a single time, but maybe I will at some point very soon. It might be a mistake, but I'm gonna use statue form right here. Yeah, I don't want to get more torment damage. It's like getting to be a bit ridiculous. I guess I cannot fly in statue form. I think the best idea is to just try to kill this Ice Fiend right about now before continuing to run away. And yeah, I'm gonna go into my closet that I made when I used Shatter to break that wall. And we are gonna drink some potions. Well, actually, that is a terrible closet. This might be better. Um, yeah, this is a much better closet. Mhm. We are gonna exit out of here, or exit out of the mutation and the transformation. Drink ambrosia. Well, I have been using ambrosia a fair amount in Hell for obvious reasons. It gives you a large amount, well, not really that large, but it gives you a reasonable amount of HP relatively fast. So it's really a good thing to have for the vestibule or for the entirety of the Hells. I don't really use it anywhere else unless it's like a situation where you need to heal in like a super desperate fashion, which unfortunately there is a fair amount of those. We are going to cast Stormform one more time. Okay, I think this bolt has like a million Ice Fiends. And yeah, I thought that there was gonna be deep water over here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be shallow water. Now that I'm here, I am going to cast Statue Form. Well, first end Transformation and then cast Statue Form. Okay, and then we shall see if I find the rune over here. Oh, an Ice Fiend generator all the way over there. If the Ice Fiend had generated inside, like if it had generated here, I just ignition and it immediately dies. But it generated in the best possible position for it to be in, so I need to go all the way over here and punch it. Truly unfortunate. Oh, by the way, this Reaper has distortion, so it could have banished me. Fortunately, it did not. We were able to kill it with ignition ourselves very easily. I am going to close the door, get in this closet, and also close the doors. We can, like, this is the safest possible way to rest in Hell, in a one-tile corridor with no adjacent open tiles for monsters to spawn in. In a corridor like this, you can rest to full HP and mana without being disturbed. Um, Good evening, Mr. Star Polemic. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Um, we are going to cast Statue Form because I'm pretty sure on the other side of that wall there's going to be like 20 million Ice Fiends and Antios as well. By the way, do I have Curer? Am I carrying Curer? I am. Antios happens to be the peak, the primal target for Curer. It's like the most beefy monster in the whole game that doesn't resist poison. So it's always a good idea to carry Curer for Kokitus specifically. For the rest of the game, Curer doesn't do anything anymore. Like once we get to this point, that is. So we are going to drink Brilliance, drink Haste because we're kind of afraid of the Ice Fiends, not necessarily afraid of Antios. I don't need to Might. And then we are going to Shatter. Boop. Oh, I didn't break the entire thing. Oh, I miscast Shatter. What's my success rate? 9%. It's looking pretty good. 88% power Shatter. That is pleasant. Not gonna lie. It's not something that you achieve normally. So having 88% power Shatter, certainly pretty nice. Let's do more Shattering. And now we're gonna cast the statue form. I don't need to go around the corner to know there's gonna be like a million Ice Fiends. Antios is Antios is wielding the Sword of Power. Well, that is something that you don't see every time. I think the Sword of Power has a chance to shoot a bolt of energy depending on how healthy you are, kind of to replicate the effect in Zelda, where if you're at full HP, you shoot a beam of light when you attack with your weapon, which kind of gives you a ranged attack that you lose if you take any damage. It's weird because it doesn't fulfill the same function that the Zelda effect has. The Zelda's beam of light allows you to attack from afar without risking getting close to the monsters and taking damage. For the Sword of Power, you have to get close to get the beam. So yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. I have not used the Sword of Power ever since it was reworked, and I have never really used it because it has never been like a particularly good item. And I'm not gonna use it in this character because I have Stone Hands, right? Why would I use that when I have Stone Hands? By the way, shoutouts to 50 armor class. It is so much armor class. But yeah, as I was saying, we're gonna Cure Rare and Cure Rare. And then we are going to cast Stormform. No, we're gonna cancel. Oh, that was my bad. I didn't want to do that. We're gonna cancel out of that. We're gonna cast the Stormform for the spell power, and then we're gonna punch Antaeus with Manifold Assault. I wonder if I can get away with punching Antaeus. Like, I have 46 evasion, about 3% chance to dodge my hands, and about 41% chance to hit me. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna blink away. That's perfect. Gonna refresh the... Oh, I can't throw in storm form. Interesting. Well, good to know. I'm glad that I don't rely on throwing. Gonna cancel out of storm form. Gonna refresh the Cure. Gonna refresh the Cure. Gonna step away from Antaeus for a bit. I might statue form and just tab Antaeus. I might statue form Berserk, tab Antaeus. Oh, I don't have Berserk Rage. Well, I might statue form and then tab Antaeus. And I guess also Acid, because why not? I have it available. Statue form. Let's see how disastrous this is. And I decided to go for statue form because Antaeus had a pretty good chance to hit me regardless of my 46 evasion in storm form. So at least in statue form I have 50 armor class, right? At the very least I have that going for me. Okay. 32 damage from Flash Freeze. I have 3 pips of cold resistance and 50 armor class. Come on. I think that was a bit unnecessary. Let's punch Antaeus now. Let's see how that goes. Ooh! Antaeus hits you with the Sword of Power. Antaeus freezes you. You resist. Your Warlock's Mirror reflects the Bolt of Energy. And it hits Antaeus but does no damage. And then I took 27 from that. That's fine. Antaeus barely misses you, so Antaeus missed me with... hit me with the beefy attack, actually. But it didn't do any damage. Shoutouts to 50 armor class. Woo! Your Warlock's Mirror reflects the Flash Freeze. Wow, the Warlock's Mirror pulling through. Like, I have barely used the Warlock's Mirror in this playthrough, but it's already triggered a couple of times against mildly relevant effects. Cannot complain about it. Okay. Antaeus almost dead, encased in ice, very poisonous, low, misshapen and mutated, covered in acid. I need to take a screenshot of this. It's a lot of debuffs that Antaeus currently has. Okay, the screenshot has been taken. It's time to finish the fight against Antaeus. You pummel Antaeus like a punching bag. You kill Antaeus. It's not often that you get to see a character go 1 versus 1 against Antaeus and actually not get absolutely dumpstered. And what I mean when I say go 1 versus 1 is to actually tab Antaeus, which is pretty much what I was doing. I was tabbing Antaeus there. And fortunately it did work. It turns out that having 50 armor class against Antaeus is kinda nice. Kinda nice. I would certainly recommend having 50 armor class against Antaeus. Okay, let me grab my cure. Not that it is necessary or useful for this point in the game, but we're done now. I got the rune, I killed Antaeus. Time for me to leave this accursed place. And I have 2 out of 4 of the hell runes. The ones that I am missing are Tartarus and the Iron City of this. So I am going to do Tartarus next, and I am definitely not looking forward to it um, because it's not a happy place. Definitely not a happy place. Probably I should have resistance to negative energy. So I think I could stick with what I currently have in terms of rings, and it might not be bad. Let me rest off my stuff, and I am going to take a quick break, like a 2 minute break. I am going to step away. I'm gonna do things that I need to do, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run a quick advertisement to like take advantage of the downtime. I do appreciate your patience. I'll be back with you very soon. And we're gonna do the entirety of Extended today, so if you want to see the rest of the 15 rune game, don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna run the ad break now. Okay, thank you for your patience. I'm still not back, but um, yeah, I'm still not back, but I just decided to come back and add a message so people don't think that I won't be coming back. But yeah, please hold on for a bit longer. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. Sorry for taking so long. I am ready to continue. I am ready to continue. Alrighty. I hope that my session didn't time out. It didn't time out. Let's go. Alrighty. With that being said, let's go to Charters, I guess. Um, let's go to Charters indeed. We shall go into statue form. Actually, I don't want storm form for this. Statue form is gonna be important, however, because half torment damage means that well, I guess it's okay. I can jump into the teleport trap, no big deal. Did it teleport me next to monsters? No, just teleported me randomly. Ooh, hatch, or shaft rather. Oh, come on. A flying skull jumped into the shaft. That's kinda lame. But yeah, wait to get untransformed to recast it. Kind of important because of the spell power. That means more armor class, more spell power, more armor class, better chances of not exploding in statue form. And statue form is a pretty good thing to have for Tartarus for sure. It's almost like mummy form. It's reminiscent because you get like similar upsides to mummy form with no downsides actually, zero downsides from using statue form that mummy form does have. Um, um, well, I guess that's kind of like not what I wanted to say because the statue form does have like a pretty significant downside in the form of the slow, but it doesn't have like, oh yeah, you cannot drink potions, or oh yeah, you will get absolutely dumpstered by a monster with the spell undead, or by a monster with what's it called? Holy Wrath. Yeah, you're gonna get destroyed by those if you're using mummy form. But in statue form, you don't have those limitations, so it's kinda nice as a defensive thing to have. I love statue form. Hello, Spindart. They did indeed remove Absolute Zero. I am very glad for that, believe it or not. I usually don't like removals that much, but Absolute Zero was always like a really dumb spell that never should have been introduced to the game. It really was like flawed by design. It made Extended so safe. Like so many of the fights in Extended were just like trivialized by statue form so hard that yeah, it should have never been a thing that existed. Um, okay, so I got Fridge, Ignition, and Shatter. All three of them are castable now, and I'm gonna be training spellcasting to give them more spell power to all three of those. And then after that, I could get Polar Vortex. I do have it available all the way over here. I haven't learned it, but I could get it. I could also go for Chain Lightning to give it a try, but it's too expensive. I really don't think that I can do Chain Lightning. It was my your answer to anything endgame. Shatter Ignition Absolute Zero. Yeah, for sure. That is why it was removed because it was just too powerful. I'm glad that Shatter hasn't been removed or reworked into not breaking walls yet. It might happen, but I certainly love having Shatter for breaking walls. I pretty much never really use it for damage. It's kind of expensive to use it for damage since you have to cast it repeatedly, and it deals half damage to flyers and slimes and and ghosts and that kind of stuff. So there's just like a wide array of random monsters that take less damage from Shatter just for no good reason. So instead of using Shatter for damage, I use it to break walls, and I have already done it several times during this stream. I did it I did it in Asmodeus level to break his level and just like skip more than half of it. In fact, I skipped a very significant part of the level. I also did it for Antaeus' level. I skipped not such a significant amount of the level against Antaeus, but it was okay. It was pretty good. You find Shatter really nice just to stand, stare and spam to make noise. That's not something that I usually do. I don't really care about noise, to be completely honest. I don't really use it that much. But it certainly will pull a significant part of the level to your location to cast Shatter. That is another downside of Shatter, and why I don't really use it as a damage spell, more as a level 9 utility spell. And it is a pretty good utility spell for sure. I am silenced. Being silenced is not a good thing. Let's go in the opposite direction. Yeah, turns out that being silenced is not ideal and certainly not safe. So I've been using a lot of Stormform in this character, but for Tartarus specifically, I feel like I need to use a statue form because Tartarus is just so crazy with draining and damage, and statue form with my gear gives me 3 pips of resistance to negative and then like torment resistance as well. Um, so it's like really good for Tartarus specifically. Yeah, I've never done extended with a demigod. It feels surprisingly strong. There's some times where I wish I had a god, of course, because a god would allow you to, like, for example, there's the shining one and like heal on kills and pretty much unlimited mana and angels and cleansing fire. It would be good to have a god. But in the absence of a god, I guess I am okay with what I currently have, which is pretty powerful on its own. It's just like 46 intelligence and a very high spell power in spells that care about that. Oh, I don't want to be silenced. No, please. The Bone Dragon pushed me towards the silence from the Silent Spectre. There's just like dancing there. Yeah, it's usually a pretty good idea to avoid fighting those like altogether. I try to not fight them. You never know when you're gonna be stuck in a bad position that just becomes an unwinnable position because you're silenced. I am slow. Well, it should be okay. Slow statue form gaming. Let's go. So yeah, instead of Absolute Zero, now you get Polar Vortex, which should be pretty incredible. I haven't used it, but I've used a fair amount of Tornado before, and Tornado is crazy good. Let's use Shatter here to break this vault. Okay, Ancient Lich, um, regular Lich and Ancient Lich. 4% chance to petrify. Yeah, that's okay. Do you fly? You don't fly. Okay, you're Shatterbait. So we shall shatter the Shatterbait. Pretty good. Oh, I don't have mana for Ignition. It's fine. I have Statue Form. I can just like tap as a Tormentor at the edge of line of sight. Let's break the line of sight to prevent that from tormenting me. What happened there? Oh, I got tormented for 51. Okay, it was so little damage for a torment that I thought that I had gotten hit for 51, but fortunately it was not the case. And we're like going fast through Tartarus. It's pretty good because Jaina took me forever. Cocytus went pretty fast, and Tartarus seems to also be going relatively quickly. Mm. By the way, I think this character is going to YouTube. I think this character is good enough to post on YouTube, and I also haven't posted Crawl on YouTube in a while. I should keep doing that because there's been people like I think the first time I posted something on YouTube, I got a viewer from that. Like Aster came in here and was like, "Oh, I saw your video on YouTube and I followed." And then Aster subscribed and Aster has contributed to the stream in a monetary way. So I certainly do appreciate that, and I appreciate that the things that I put on YouTube are like good enough that make people want to come in here and say thanks in that kind of way. So I should really keep doing it. You find Shatter really nice to just. Oh wait, that's what you mentioned before. So what is going on here? Oh, never mind. We should be okay. Yeah, you just need to press F5. Um, okay, get me the downstairs. I'm waiting for those downstairs. You got any of them downstairs? Oh, there they are. Fantastic. Statue form. Okay, so Ereshkigal's level, I think Ereshkigal's level 100% deserves um, to eat my final scroll of magic mapping. I think it deserves it. Yeah, it's just so long. Okay, I know that the rune is here, by the way. The rune is in one of these two tiles. So all I have to do is to go over here, um, drink my buffs, break the wall, grab the rune, and maybe I could kill Ereshkigal, but it's completely optional at that point. Okay. Large agglomerations of monsters are excellent for ignition. A Dreadlich. Okay. I wish I had Orb of Destruction. I used to have that, but I forgot about it. Now I don't have it, and I could use it against this guy. It doesn't really matter. Like, I can just punch it. Oh, it summoned a Greater Demon, which happened to be a Tsitsi Metal. Kind of annoying. Yeah, fortunately, that was rather painless after that. The Tsitsi Metal didn't do Tsitsi Metal things. Hello, Railbird. No, long time no see. Thank you for stopping by. Are these real? Oh, they are real. Oh, that is messed up. I have never, well, not really never, but I don't think that happens very frequently that I get two greater demons summoned by a hell effect. But it certainly did happen right now. I thought that they might have been shadow creatures from the shadow demon, but it was not the case. Gonna step towards them. Ouch, I am taking damage. Well, not really taking damage. I'm getting tormented. Getting tormented is the proper thing to say. That's what's happening. I'm not really taking damage because taking damage would be the Bone Dragon hits you for 50 damage, and that would be pretty bad. But that's not what's happening. Yeah, so many Tormentors. How are your human fire elementalists of Sif Muna? How have those been going? Have you been having a good time with them? Still no streak? I hope that you get a streak sometime soon so you can start playing something else. There's so much more to this game than Human Fire Elementalist of Sif Muna, for sure. Okay, good old statue form doing wonders in here. As far as damage goes, statue form doesn't hold a candle to storm form or dragon form damage. On the other hand, those forms don't give me the defensive capabilities that statue form do. So at least for Tartarus, statue form is better. You're still waiting for me to play Stabber. Why? Like, stabbing is not as good as other things. I don't find it fun to walk next to a monster and have the monster wake up and have myself be in a really bad position because of what I decided to train for. And I find that to be exactly what happens when you play a stabber. So yeah, never like them. Never like them for sure. What is going on? Okay, you have distortion. You're not gonna die from that. Yeah, for sure. Manifold assault, maybe. Doesn't ignition make a lot of noise? I should probably stop using ignition because it's gonna aggravate Ereshkigal, and then things get pretty bad. Only really works with Hood of the Assassin. Yeah, Hood of the Assassin is like, oh, congratulations, you have earned the right to be a stabber now because you found the item that forces you to be a stabber. But yeah, I don't like this. I don't like the stealth mechanic. I try to stray away from it. I also don't like Stabbing. Well, I guess stabbing is nice when you're not relying on stabbing to kill things. That's the one time where stabbing is like actually pretty sweet. When you get it as a bonus and not as your main thing. That could be bad. Yeah, I decided to get in here to rest my HP and mana before shattering the bolt and stealing the rune. But there were a fair amount of shadow dragons and a couple of tsitsi mime. So you can stab with battle axe. Stabbing is good when it's just opportune. Yeah, when you that is exactly what I was talking about. When you are building around the mechanic of stabbing, it's not gonna be a good time for you. We're just gonna punch the Hellion in human form. Mm, 67% spell power in storm form, 80% if I go to the Staff of Air. It's nice, but I'm not using storm form. Not quite at the moment. Are these fire resistant or something? They are not. Yeah, that Doomhound tanked 2 ignitions, so I thought that it might have been fire resistant. Is because you're never successful with stabbing. Well, there you go. You're never successful with stabbing, and I don't play stabbing for the same reason. It's not that good, and you should not build around it. I always try to like my rule as an enchanter. Whenever I am forced to play enchanter, because I don't play enchanter to have a good time. Yeah, I just played for the sake of completion, right? Because I am doing a new account and I want to win all roles in the new account, or I want to make a YouTube video or something. My goal with Enchanter is to stop being an Enchanter as soon as possible because the gameplay is just, or the playstyle is just not viable in my opinion, or rather. It's too shaky in a game where you are better off removing as much shakiness and randomness as possible. Um, that's my opinion on that. You want to see someone doing with some success, either with or without hexes, especially extended. There is one guy on the Crawl Discord, well, on the roguelikes Discord. I guess there is no specific Crawl Discord that I know of, and if there is, I haven't been invited to it. But yeah, there is a guy in the roguelike Discord that came in the other day and was like, I like to do 15 runes, 15 rune games only, and I checked if that guy had a cat win, and that guy had a cat win with 27 stealth that did 15 runes, and I was like, well, that is some dedication. It was cat enchanter. There is. I'm gonna click on that. Crawl ends. I'll check that out. Hmm. It's the CPO server. Uh, that might be interesting. I'm gonna check it out later when I'm done streaming. But for now, it's time to end transformation. I don't need to rest my mana because I have 50. Drink brilliance. Drink, yeah. I play in Kelby. I didn't know some servers have their own Discord server. I don't think Kelby has that. It's just the crawl chat in the Discord for roguelikes. Um, but yeah, we're gonna haste as well. I think it's a good idea to haste in this fight, just to play it safe, and might as well because why not? Now we're gonna press Shatter. That breaks the wall. Here's a rune, and now I could leave. And that's the power of Shatter. Shatter just like saves you so much time and so much risk. I don't have to fight Ereshkigal now. I could theoretically just bail, and I might because Ereshkigal is like one of the least pleasant fights in the game. You can get very unlucky very fast against Ereshkigal. Um, yeah, she has silence and major healing. So it sucks to fight against Ereshkigal, but she has low HP and she doesn't fly, so you can theoretically pull something off with Shatter. And I'm gonna give that a try actually. What's my damage with Shatter right now? 91% power. That is insane. 3 dice of 65 damage on Shatter. Let's see, it's Mime Fly though. I might want to be in statue form because I'm gonna get Torment chained. Um, or I can break line of sight and then blink away, and that like brings me to a much more favorable arena where Ereshkigal won't be close to me, and I could theoretically go into storm form and then shatter. No, that's not good because that greatly or somewhat reduces the spell power. I could also, yeah, I'm gonna do storm form, manifold assault. That is not a bad idea. That also gets rid of the Titi Mime. Yeah, you closely miss Ereshkigal. Let's see. About 18% chance to hit me. About 45% chance to dodge these hands. So yeah, we're gonna shatter. What's my damage now? 3 dice of 55 in storm form. So we're gonna end transformation. And now we're gonna press the shatter button a couple of times. Okay. I wonder if I should keep shattering. I don't know. It's kind of risky because silence means that I go from absolutely dumpstering Ereshkigal to being in a pretty bad spot. So maybe it's a good idea to blink away from her, either random blinking or just like controlled blink. I'm gonna random blink. Ooh, good blink. Good stuff. That placed me super far away from her. Um, okay. I just needed to shatter her one more time, and now we are good to go. I'm gonna bail now. Um, there is a lot of loot in these bolts. I think that it's never worth it to even attempt to get it. Um, yeah, I think it's never worth it to even attempt to get it because by the time you're doing this, you should already be pretty good to go with your loot, and you should only like ever try to get the loot that's on your way when you're doing this. So that's 13 out of 15 runes. You'll have to watch the video on demand later. Good luck. It's fine. Railbird, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. And see you soon. I'm gonna try to become more consistent with streaming again. Certainly been kind of complicated, not gonna lie. But I've been doing my best. And I've been having kind of a fun time with this character. At least before I started doing extended, I had a fun time with this character for sure. It's a powerful one. We can do that and manifold assault. So yeah. Um, Stormform is super powerful, by the way. It's insanely strong if you have good spell power. If you don't have good spell power, you shouldn't bother, and it's just better to get Dragon Form. But with good spell power, like I am just tabbing things and they get absolutely dumpstered. Um, Against Tormentors, however, statue form is just better. And yeah, the Iron City of this will have a lot of Tormentors and a lot of Hellions, unfortunately. That's kind of the nature of this place. Um, oh, downstairs, let's go. Teleport trap. Tormentor at pretty much the edge of line of sight. That's not good. Luckily, it doesn't torment. Um, okay, let's see. Oh, downstairs. That's nice. Get away, get away, get away, get away. I guess I can ignition these guys. Oh, they didn't die from that. Okay, that's surprising. Another downstairs. So the game is being like, okay, we gave you a hard time in Jenna to begin the whole thing. So here, have a freebie in Tartarus and Cocytus, or Tartarus and this. So far, it's been pretty easy and straightforward. Like I'm already in these 5 out of 7. So, oh, that's a lot of Rust Devils. That's not ideal. Immune to fire, resistant to cold. Well, um, time for Stormform Manifold. Oh no, a Brimstone Fiend at the edge of line of sight. It's gonna torment me. I don't want to be tormented, so I'm just gonna read a Scroll of Fog and retreat through the fog and transformation. Statue form, so I don't get tormented that bad. Now, if I get tormented, it's gonna like tickle a bit instead of actually dealing crazy damage, which it would on Storm form and on Demigod form. Oh, a strange structure made out of doors. We are not gonna be opening that. Yeah, that is way too dangerous. By the way, did you know that that bolt has a chance to be only butterflies? So sometimes you can open it expecting like a serious fight, and it will only be butterflies. And by the way, if you have never seen a door bolt, it's that strange structure made out of doors that we have here. Has 16 very high level monsters always. Well, not really always, because as I mentioned, it can have butterflies as well. So it's either butterflies or 16 very high level monsters and loot. So it's up to you if you open it or not. But if you open it, you might not be able to survive until you get to the point where you can pick up the loot. Mm. Oh, that Iron Giant got absolutely dumpstered. Yeah, I keep talking about how the damage in statue form just doesn't hold a candle to the damage in storm form and stuff, but it's still pretty significant damage. I guess that just goes to show how good unarmed combat can really be. This is this 6, so one more level to go. And unfortunately, I ran out of magic mapping, so I won't be able to map the final level. But the Iron City of this usually always has this layout in the final level where you literally have to go through the whole level in the most awful way possible. And I also haven't seen the Serpent of Hell, so that's something to keep in mind. I'm probably going to get the Serpent of Hell version this again, and it's never a good experience because that one is by far the hardest one. Maybe second to only the Serpent of Hell from Jaina. The one from Jaina gives you or has Damnation as a breath weapon. Um, so yeah. Recently, I found out that when the Serpent of Hell uses its breath weapon, it's all three of its possible breath weapons in a single attack. So it's crazy what they do. Yeah, against the Hell Sentinels, I should be in Storm form. I feel because they don't torment. They only shoot Iron Shot and Damnation, and you cannot dodge Damnation, but you can dodge Iron Shot, and Storm form just deals more damage. Wow. Okay, I was not expecting to take 55 from an Iron Dragon today. Definitely not. If I read Fog, that gives me one more turn to like drink heal wounds or something. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna read Fogu, drink heal wounds. Maybe drink heal wounds again. Maybe cast. Let's see. 5% chance to dodge these hands. 20% chance to hit me. I wish that had any statement and accuracy, but it doesn't. Maybe we can cast a statue form, just so I don't get dumpstered by the Iron Dragon again. Just to play it a bit safe. But I like Storm form better than statue form for damage purposes. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can punch these guys in demigod form. That's not a big deal. Thinking about getting Polar Vortex, but at this point it's like super late into the game. I should get something that's explicitly good for Tomb, and that's it. I guess I already have my Tomb spell in the form of Shatter. Like I don't really need to get anything else to do Tomb. I have Shatter, I have Ignition. The issue is going to be surviving Tomb in general. So Hell Sentinels don't have Torment and they don't have Cold Down Damnation, so they need to have a line of fire to be able to hit me, which allows me to kite them towards a corner and cast a Stormform. No, Stormform. Stormform is what I want. Um, Okay, good damage on one of these two Hell Sentinels. Like, look at that. Severely wounded from the get-go. And I killed the one that I seriously hurt, and now, like, the damage is just on another level. It's incredible. But I also have like 90% spell power on that because I've been training spellcasting. Hmm. What I think I want to get the title for Magic, actually. I think it might not be a bad idea. I don't think I've won with the title for Air Magic in this character. Or I could also get the title for Transmutations. Oh, I think I won the title for Transmutations, actually, because I don't think I've ever gotten it. But it's 27 Transmutations. I think it's Shapeless, the title. It's not that cool of a title, but it is a rare title because no one wins with 27 transmutations, much less goes out of their way to actually get that title. Um, okay, let's do this. No, that is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do Stormform. Yeah, it just melts things. I am astonished. Like, this is kind of the same experience that I had when I cast Dragon Form, or when I went for a significant part of the game with Dragon Form for the first time. Like, I'm getting constantly surprised by how incredible the damage that you deal with Stormform can be. But yeah, like these things don't hold a candle to what I'm currently doing. They just get absolutely destroyed. If I had magic mapping right now, it would be pretty good because it would allow me to know where this Pater is, and I would just be able to break the correct wall to ninja the rune, and maybe not even have to fight this Pater. So since I don't have that, and I'm pretty sure the 60. Come on, I have 47 evasion. What's up with that? But anyway, since I don't have magic mapping, I'm just gonna take a guess and break one of these walls. Yep, this one actually. And transformation, cast brilliance first. Brilliance first. Cast shatter. Get the gun. Do forward weep. Spouting flame flammer. The insults in this game are hard for me to read. Immediately damnated by a Helion that dealt good damage with that damnation. And again. Okay, well, Stormform. Poke the Helion. Poke the Hell Sentinel. Get hit for 39 apparently by a shot, because having 50 evasion literally does nothing. You know, as usual, evasion is just a placebo, and it doesn't really do anything. It's just a number that's there to make you feel better about your game decisions. Okay, so far so good. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, and it's only looking pretty good because the damage that I am dealing is it's in another level. Like I am dealing with these monsters so quickly and without using mana that even if I am fighting at 50% HP, it's okay because the monsters are gonna die really fast. Um, Come on, I would like to be at full HP at some point very soon. Hmm. I don't like typoing into statue form when I want to go for storm form. Since I have the two in buttons that are next to each other, sometimes I typo into it. Where is this Pater? I thought that this Pater was gonna be here, but probably not. Yeah, I thought that this Pater was gonna be around here. Oh, and there it is. Um, I wonder if this Pater takes increased damage from Torment or from Shatter. I wonder if this Pater is brittle. I would like to see the game tell you if you have Shatter. This monster is vulnerable to Shatter. Yeah, it is especially effective against those made from ice, bone, or any wall-like substance such as rock, metal, or crystal, as well as those turned to stone by petrification. Close the door. Drink, drink brilliance. Get out of storm form. Mm. So now we are gonna wait for. No, I don't think waiting for this Pater is a good idea. I think I'm just gonna have to reveal this Pater. Get over here, this Pater. I'm challenging you to honest fight. To an honest fight. Okay. 450 HP. Iron Shot, Crystal Spear, Hurl Damnation, Summon Hell Sentinel, and Abjuration. This guy is serious business. So I'm gonna try something actually. I'm gonna try using a Scroll Fogu, stepping away, and casting Shatter. I don't know if this hurts this Pater, but I think it does. Oh, that is degenerate. So it does hurt this Pater, as you can see here. That is a nice way to cheat. 5 shatters later, this Pater dies, and I get the staff. So the staff of this Pater deals a lot of damage to you, but lets you shoot Damnation. Um, Although not without draining the wielder's vitality in the process. It deals a lot of damage to you, like the demon spawns damnation, but it's also okay. My only complaint about it is that it gets so late to you in the game that it's like completely irrelevant by the time you see it, which will be the case this time as well. It is indeed the case as um, yeah, it is indeed the case. I don't have much else to say about that. Let's just get out of here. And we have 14 out of 15 runes. Normally, I would just call it quits here because Tomb is a painful experience. But this time, we are not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Let's see. There was this guy that not really wanted to see me do Tomb. But that was like, how do you do Tomb? Um, well, no idea. I'm not gonna ping that guy because that is probably gonna come off as desperate. But I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, and I might link that to that guy whenever I see them again. Um, so yeah, time to do Tomb. Um, I might even do a cigarette. Like I have the spells that you would need to do a cigarette. Um, okay, I think I can just do this, because now I'm gonna get 27 transmutations before getting 27 air magic. So I'm training for more spell power on Stormform. Yeah, right now it's 82% with 2 enhancers. All right, let's go in. Immediately from the get-go, we see a mummy priest. I'm gonna punch that with Manifold Assault, and I take 100 damage. So I think I'm not gonna be able to use Storm Form for this place. I think the correct thing to use is definitely mm, Statue Form because of the death curses. Those pesky death curses. Yeah, his statue form will decrease the damage that I take from Torment so much. The Sphinx Band. There is a Sphinx Band that always generates Entomb, by the way. This is a very mean filter to Tomb because Sphinxes care about willpower, and nothing else in Tomb really does that. Um, so if you, for some reason, don't know about them and you have to like willfully equip your willpower, you can come into Tomb, um, have one of them appear, immediately paralyze you, and have the rest of them just like smite you to death. It can very realistically happen. So yeah, we're gonna use the statue form for Tomb. Unfortunately, I don't think I can afford to not be um, resistant to torment. I got marked, so that means that I should go towards the stairs. I'm pulling the entirety of the level towards me, which will include at least a couple of royal mummies. Tomb 1 has the least amount of royal mummies in the part of the level that you can immediately access when you first enter Tomb. So in case you have never seen Tomb 2, it's a weird thing. It's like unique. It's unlike anything else in the entire game. Um, okay, I am still marked, and these dead scarabs are annoying, and I'm out of mana. I have 9 potions of mana, so that is not really that big of an issue. I am not slow, which is pretty good. Hmm. I think using heal wounds right now would be like the equivalent of wasting a turn. Um, are you fire resistant by any chance? You are not. Hmm. But yeah, royal mummies are mean. They have a lot of HP, a lot of it actually. For a monster that is so abundant, they have so much HP. They don't really hit that hard, but they also have Smiting and Torment. Like all mummies that cast spells have Smiting and Torment. In addition to that, they have Summon Emperor Scorpion, Summon Scarabs, and Abjuration. And the Scarabs are pretty bad because they can slow you. Um, yeah, they can hit you to slow you. 13% chance to hit me is exactly what I wanted to see. That means that I don't really have to worry about getting slowed because in addition to hitting me to slow me, they also need to deal damage. And the good luck dealing damage past 49 armor class, right? So I'm a bit happy to see that. Definitely gonna be pretty useful for this place. And you might be wondering why I didn't use Shatter here if I have been saying that Shatter is pretty good for killing mummies. Well, if I shatter here, it's gonna break these walls, and these walls are full of royal mummies. So part of the strategy involves breaking these walls, but you need to do it in a super controlled way because if you don't do it, if you do it like in this situation, if I use shatter, if I somehow cast the spell next turn, I would probably die. I don't think I would even survive to teleport away from that. So, yep, don't do it when clearing the initial part of Doom. Okay, Tormented for 19. Yeah, in case you had any doubts about the power of statue form, the defensive power of statue form, Tormented for 19. Um, I think I wanna Magic Brilliance. No, if I wanna do that, I wanna haste Magic Brilliance. Okay, the only haste available in my game is the one that I'm currently carrying, so but I think it's worth it. Haste, melee ranged royal bomby. I could also just punch it, or maybe irradiate and then punch it. All right, we take 16 damage. That was from torment, so it means that I am not really taking damage from the scarabs. Um, I don't have enough mana for that. It's fine. I can punch the royal mummy. Getting rid of the royal mummy is crucial. Um, Yeah, we got rid of the royal mummy. All right. The death scarab bites you, That card drains my bigger. So I have a mark, which is really bad. Because I'm super low in HP, no mana, it means that monsters are gonna be coming my way, including another Royal Mummy potentially. If I have to fight another Royal Mummy in these conditions, I am not going to win, so I'm gonna use Blinking. And yeah, this is a character that just dumpstered the rest of the game, right? So Tomb is no joke. Tomb is literally the last thing you do in a game if you want to do it, because it has a real chance of killing even a character that just did the rest of the game like it was nothing. All right, all right, that went okay. I am fine now. Um, Mummy Priest at the edge of line of sight. Not what I want to see. Okay, we one-shot it with Manifold. Um, Gonna run to the stairs. Actually, it's something that you don't really something new, but it might be a good idea to rest in Crypt instead of resting in Tomb, because if you rest in Tomb, you're like biting into your Sod Clock, and you're definitely gonna have to rest in the when you're doing the second part of Tomb, like this ring of royal mummies that you cannot really access unless you know how to cheat on this level. So it might be a good idea to rest outside of this level precisely for that. I think Tomb should have a slot clock of like 20,000 turns, or it should be just be shared with Crypt or something, or it should be Crypt 4 to 6 or something. Um, I think that would be a good idea, just to avoid having to escape the level to rest and then come back in to not bite into your slot clock. I don't know. Just like having to worry about the sod clock like that kind of defeats the whole point of the sod clock, which was it's food, but you don't have to worry about it. Not that you have to worry about food and any amount in the game as it was before when food existed, but it was annoying, and having to do that in Tomb is also kind of annoying. And yeah, I think I should comment on that to a developer. Maybe they will echo my thoughts when I put it in that way. A lot of that scarabs. Okay, Ignition gets rid of all of them but one. That's pretty good. Ignition is another amazing spell for this place, right? Tome of Calling and Flames, and it doesn't have anything new for me. Okay, not that we would really care about anything new. It's literally the end of the game, and I already have all that I would want to get. I don't think I want to get more transmutations in their magic. I think I really do want to get Polar Vortex though. Maybe 27 Ice Magic would not be so bad. Yeah, demigods surely take a while to train for whatever they want to do. So normally, okay, we're done with the part of Tomb 1 that we can safely access normally if we were a character without Shatter or Lugonu Distortion, I guess. Corrupt is the way that ability is called, Corrupt. Normally you would go downstairs here, right? You find Tomb to be the hardest one out of all the runes. It is the hardest one. Like it is way harder than anything else that the game throws at you. That has a rune, that is, because cigarettes can be harder, and that is only because of the existence of Tomb cigarettes. So it's just like funny. Of course, the rules kind of bend a bit when you're doing a lot of cigarettes. If you're mega sigging, if you're doing more than one, um, then the Tomb cigarettes might not be the hardest ones. Um, but yeah. Okay, so as I was saying, normally you would go downstairs. I am not going to go downstairs because I got Shatter. Shatter allows me to cheat here, and I am going to do just that. Let me showcase it. So step 1, you step here, and you drink Brilliance. Um, by the way, I only have 4 left. Well, it's okay. We're almost done with the game. Step 2, you cast Shatter. Step 3, you cast Shatter again because it didn't break enough wall. And step 4, you do it one more time. And now we are about to see some messed up things right around here. So I'm gonna use Might. And yeah, that is one Royal Mummy. That is indeed one Royal Mummy. You remember a couple of turns ago how a single Royal Mummy almost killed me? Well, we are about to see a lot of them. Um, So the inner ring is full of royal mummies. Sometimes there's like regular mummies, like that one, but that one is irrelevant. Another two royal mummies immediately get tormented. Um, yeah, tormented for 41. That is okay. I went into statue form precisely for the torment. Um, But yeah, since they summon and they're in like a close space, it's probably a good idea to use probably a good idea to use ignition against these guys. If they are not surrounded, it's maybe a good idea to use shatter as well, which I am going to do just now. Yeah, I've got rid of the one that was harmed. I think there's a new one over here, like fresh, almost at full HP. So it might be a good idea to retreat to the stairs just to be a bit safer. And yes, I suspected it's at full HP. Um, tempted to randomly blink, but I feel like that could be a suicide. So I'm not going to do it, just because it's like literally the final part of the game, and I can afford to blow my consumables because there's like literally nothing else after this. So I'm gonna blink here, close to the stairs, but not quite in the stairs. I'm gonna use Fogu. I'm gonna step into the Fogu, further deeper into the Fogu. Do these fly? Okay, they don't fly. I would think that maybe they would, because the scarabs can fly, but these ones don't. Okay, that's nice. We're gonna shatter, because we've already established that you can shatter monsters from outside your line of sight as long as there's no wall between you and the monsters. And we got rid of a couple of those royal mummies, those pesky royal mummies. We should rest outside of this level, that is right. All right. Statue form, manifold. We can manifold assault against a single one. That is certainly not a big deal. Alrighty. Another one. As long as it doesn't summon, like we can just use manifold assault because it's guaranteed to hit it. You pound the royal mummy into fine dust. Yep, it's dead again. Let's rest that off and rest the mana. Let's go back in again. There's gonna be a lot of royal mummies, but the key is to fight them in a controlled environment, and this is as close to a controlled environment as it can get. Like, I'm fighting very few of them at the same time. I'm fighting very close to the stairs. It's just good. It's just, in my opinion, the way that you should do this if you're going to do it. We're gonna use Fogu again. I'm gonna cancel out of that, recast it, bop this royal mummy, which is within melee range, so we are not particularly afraid of it. Yep, easy hits on those royal mummies. By the way, there was this one time where I killed a royal mummy in a single attack with dragon form. I don't think I can do that with storm form though. I think the damage of storm form, even at very high levels of spell power, is not that good. Okay, we are going to statue form yet again. We're gonna punch this royal mummy. These guys are dancing on that sod trap. That is not good. Yeah. Let's see. You hear a loud sod, but nothing really happened, so that's fine. Okay, maybe don't walk around while slowed. Yeah, it's funny to see monsters here that are not royal mummies, because in this stage of the game, like, anything that is not a royal mummy is gonna be a joke. Yeah, you get tormented for 69. and I only lost like a very small fraction of my HP. So that just I cannot stress it enough. It really is like super good to be in statue form for this. You might be wondering why not mummy form. Mummy form is more expensive in necromancy, which I do not have and I don't want to get because I don't quite like necromancy. Um, and well, we have already seen how tight the experience has been for me. Um, so yeah. And in addition to that, there is Venus and Ushtabis. Ushtabis have the spell on death, so if you're in mummy form, you're gonna take damage from those guys for sure. Like they just point at you and they deal damage. But the difference is that that damage, unlike with Torment, can directly kill you. So it's kind of bad. And also, Venus hit you with holy wrath, and they explode in a cloud of holy fire. So those things deal damage to you, the player, um, when you're in mummy form. So definitely not what you want to see. That is a one-way staircase down. Um, so there is a way to know 100% of the time if the stairs that you're gonna be taking when you go down these are the ones that will place you in the safe spot. Um, when but it's kind of complicated. So when you go upstairs from Tomb 2 into Tomb 1 again, um, you get placed in either this room or the other one. Like they are always different. There's like a couple of variations to this room. And the room that you get placed in doesn't have direct line of sight of the stairs. So if you get placed whenever you go up, if you can see the stairs, um, well, no, no, sorry, that's not the way to put it. You go up and you cannot see the stairs, and the other side does have line of sight to the stairs. So if you are in a vault where you would be if you went up and you can see the stairs, that is the way down. It's so weird to describe, and I hope that I didn't confuse anyone, but yeah, it's a weird place. Tomb really does break the rules a lot in ways that the other parts of the game don't. I guess the closest to that would be Hell, in the sense that whenever you go up in Hell, you go all the way up to the vestibule. But Tomb is even weirder than that. Not even going upstairs will be guaranteed to save you in this accursed place. And yeah, so many Emperor Scorpions. But fortunately, we have 50 armor class, which happens to be resistance to Emperor Scorpions. Okay, maybe one more. Ouchie. That is a lot of death curses and torment. Yeah, that's torment, 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 pretty much, and smites and torment. Nothing that is actually like hitting me and dealing 35 or 19 damage. So we should be okay. We can just punch this royal mummy to death. I don't think it's gonna kill me from 70 HP on its own. Yeah, the key to fighting mummies is to never fight more than one at a time. If you have to fight more than one at a time, you should probably consider your escape routes. Um, you saw how that got when I fought two of them at the same time, while I was just like dumpstering the ones that I was fighting one versus one. Okay, got some bad ignitions there. I wonder if I should train more fire magic for better ignition. Okay, let's see. Polar Vortex. 17% chance to miscast it. I am gonna learn it. Not that I'm going to use it. Maybe if I end up doing a cigarette, I would use Polar Vortex for the cigarette. Um, I need to change the name or the key for Polar Vortex now that No, tornado doesn't exist. I used to have a key or tornado always assigned to a key as soon as I got it. Um, but since tornado is no more, I should do the same thing but for polar vortex, because it's pretty much the same thing but in ice magic instead of air magic. I cannot give an opinion on chain lightning, but I would say that I probably I think that probably the removal of chain lightning or the removal of tornado for polar vortex was a nerf to our magic, quite probably because now you have to train two skills for your level 9 instead of only one. So that's like a direct nerf, no matter how good the replacement spell is. Um, I don't know what stirs are the correct ones. Like, I actually don't know. Um, I think it might be these ones. I wish there was a way to know for sure, but it's like with these bolts, it's so hard to know. There's some bolts that make it easier, but these ones are definitely not. These bolts are definitely not one of those. So I'm just gonna go downstairs, and even though I did all of that and I cleared Tomb 1 before going into Tomb 2, by pretty much cheating with Shatter, there's still like a coin flip chance that I get the wrong stairs and I land in the ambush in Tomb 2. If that happens, I just reach teleport and I hope that I do not die. So here goes nothing. Ooh, I got lucky. I took the correct stairs, and now I can go upstairs, like if I so desire. But I didn't land in the ambush in Tomb 2. I don't have magic mapping. This game was very stingy with magic mapping, so I cannot really use it. But Tomb 2 lands you in the middle of a very nasty level with a bunch of very extremely dangerous monsters outside your line of sight. Ooh, I got paralyzed by Sod Trap. That is definitely quite unpleasant. And an Eldritch Tentacle, also as a result of a Sod Trap. Um, I wonder if I should even bother with this thing. I don't think it can reach me. I can just like rest here until it dies. Yeah, the Eldritch Tentacle is destroyed. Alrighty. So I got pretty lucky with that setup upstairs. And yeah, here, like, as you can see, like I did very little of Tomb 2, and now I have the stairs to Tomb 3. Um, and yeah, Tomb 3 is like the ultimate test in this game of how well you can function under the stress of being at very low HP, because you're bound to be at very low HP in Tomb 3. And sometimes you even get to points or to situations where it's like inevitable for you to die, or there's like no one um, thing that you can do on your own to affect your chances of surviving. You can just do things, but they are not guaranteed to save you, and you kind of have to hope that the things that you are gonna be doing in Tomb 3 will result in you surviving, because like you can be fighting a lot of monsters that can theoretically kill you from full HP in a single turn if you happen to get unlucky and they do the correct combination of torments and smites. So yeah, Tomb is definitely unpleasant. I do not recommend people to do Tomb. With that being said, let's do Tomb 3. So here goes nothing. And I really could use magic mapping for this level, but um, as we have already seen, can't find anything matching that. So fun. Um, Okay, let's slowly but surely make our way to the stairs. It just so happens that we have a little bit of stealth, so that's convenient for this. But yeah, all of those monsters and the mark and stuff, like we're kind of gonna want to try to ignore as much of that as possible. This sod trap is a nightmare sod trap because it means that if I fight on the stairs, any monster that will surround me when I'm on the stairs will eventually like step on the sod trap, and then I can get paralyzed and die from full HP. Like it would have happened before because I did get paralyzed by the sod trap, and nasty things happened. But there was no royal mummy. That was like the one difference. And there will be a lot of royal mummies in this particular situation. Um, yeah, let's see. Any other traps that are also really bad are dispersal traps, but fortunately, there's only one of them right here. So I could theoretically do the strategy of reading Fogu and then just mashing shatter, mash the shatter button. Um, mm, I think I'm gonna blink, but I'm not gonna blink to the stairs. I'm gonna blink to the edge of the level. We're gonna read Fear, or Fogu, rather. We're gonna read Fogu. I'm slow by the Ustavi, and the Fogu was really bad. It will get better in a couple of turns, but it was an awful Fogu that is like not really doing anything, unfortunately. Um, Now we're gonna haste and brilliance and immolation. And immolation again, or ignition rather. We're gonna ignition. Um, 14% chance to miscast Polar Vortex is looking good. Um, yeah, I am surprised that I'm taking damage from pain shoots through your body because I'm not immune to negative energy. I have 3 pips, and 3 pips is as much as you can have. That usually makes you immune to draining and bolts of draining and that kind of stuff, but you still take damage from mommy death curses. It's kind of lame. Um, but that's kind of the philosophy of Kroll. You're not supposed to. Oh, that's new. I don't think I've ever seen Frederick in Tomb 3. Not that it matters because he's done. He's a joke at this point in the game. Yeah, he doesn't hold a candle to the things in here. Like a single royal mummy would be infinitely more threatening than Frederick is at the moment. So we shall continue doing the thing that I was doing before, which is shattering monsters that are not within my line of sight. Bennu blazes out. Okay, so I killed the Bennu by shattering, surprising. But you have to kill those guys multiple times. I can use Fogu again. Okay, as I mentioned, Bennu or Frederick is just like a joke. Um, a unique that can be pretty threatening, but not at this stage of the game. Like at this stage of the game is pretty irrelevant. It was pretty much like a monster caught in the crossfire between my fight with those death scarabs. Um, I need mana. I'm gonna drink my potions of mana. Yet again, it's literally the final part of the game. Like it's completely irrelevant to keep my consumables. There's no point in doing so. Tomb 3 is the point of the game where you literally just go crazy and use everything. Um, since taking them out of the dungeon with you, that is precisely how it is. There's no point in throwing them away by not using them. I kinda wanna keep fighting instead of resting because I used Potion of Haste and Brilliance, and I'm kind of running low on those, so I don't think I wanna re-haste in this part of the game. I think we want to finish this fight as soon as possible, pretty much. Hmm. Okay. Out of mana again. I'm gonna use another potion of mana because of what I said before. And we are starting to see royal mummies now. So if you thought that this has gotten like kind of interesting, we have yet to see like what true craze Tomb 3 can be, because there is a lot of royal mummies in this place. A lot of them, like an unnecessarily high amounts of them. Yeah, that's two of them. So it's always good to not fight with many of them within your line of sight. It's just safe not to do so. I don't have enough mana for Shatter because I only have 4 mana, but we can always drink a good old potion of mana. Alright, yeah, take 20 damage from Smite. That is a lot. Did I seriously take all of that? No, I Death Curse and Smite. And then I got Tormented for 21. And then I got Death Cursed for 18. Um, but yeah, getting kind of low on HP, but I'm not getting kind of low on enemies, unfortunately. Okay, another Death Curse and 15 damage. Torment for 11. The perks of being a statue, like seriously, statue form was like fundamental for this part of the game. So based on what I have seen just yet, what I can tell you is that storm form is good for 14 runes, for sure. Um, you should add a bit of statue form for some places like Tartarus or Jena or Glorx Blocks level. For the 15th rune, you need to go for statue form or something else. Like, I don't think you can go for storm form unless you are with Kiku or with the Shining One. Yeah, I have not really been using storm form here, because I know it's like, oh, I can go into storm form, but I'm gonna get tormented like crazy, and then I'm gonna kill two things, and I'm gonna be at 50 HP, and it's not gonna be fun. So I have to go with statue form, unfortunately. And statue form, statue form is a tried and true spell. I know that it's a pretty good spell for this part of the game. But yeah, it's kind of sad that I was unable to use storm form or chain lightning for this place, because I think chain lightning could also be kind of okay. I've heard that people have theorized that it could be good here, but I didn't get it. I should have gotten it for Tomb instead of trying to train for more spell power in Stormform when I'm not gonna be using Stormform here. Anyway, we're gonna use Fogu. We're gonna use some good old Ambrosia. I'm gonna wait a couple of turns for that to regen my mana. Alright, so I didn't really care about the HP regen. As long as it's above 0, that's okay. But I did want the mana back, and I was kind of running low on potions of magic. I'm running even lower on Ambrosia, but Ambrosia is more situational than magic. I can just drink a potion of magic whenever I want, and I cannot do the same for a potion of Ambrosia. Um, so we're gonna do that again. Okay. All right. That was one good potion of Ambrosia. It healed me like 50 HP. That's crazy. Now that scarf comes into build times 6. Nice. Hmm. Yesterday, after I ended the stream, I watched a tournament for Guilty Gear Strive. Like I watched the final parts of a tournament for Guilty Gear Strive, and it was interesting. Unfortunately, no one was playing my character, so I didn't get like any matchup experience from players playing at the highest level. Um, but it was still fun to watch. But the interesting thing about that is that after the tournament was over, when the dudes managing the stream were like, okay, it's time to call it a day, and they were like about to end the stream, someone came into the chat and was like, I want to play a money match for $500. And everyone was like, "What? $500? That's a lot." Um, and the commentators were like, "Well, send them money if you want to do it." And the dude actually sent the $500. So they were like, "Oh, okay, this guy is for real." Like that's when they stopped like joking and they were actually taking it seriously. So while they were setting up the $500 money match, another dude came in there and was like, "I also want to play a money match, but for $150." And he also sent the $150. So I was like about to fall asleep, and that like woke me up right away. I was like, "Oh, I want to watch this. I have to watch this now." So they played the money match for $150 first. It was a best of five, or a first to five to be more precise. So the first who won 5 games won the $150 that each of the two parties were betting, so a total of 300, I guess. Um, and the dude from the chat who bet the 150 won, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then there were three commentators, and the one that owned the channel was like, "Yo, do you really want to do the 500 one? Because you might lose $650, right?" And the other dude, the dude who was actually playing, was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't mind." And he actually won the thing. He won the $500 one. So it was awful. Like I was watching that and I felt like I was watching someone actually getting mocked because it was like not precisely a close match, the $500 one. In fact, I was rooting so hard for the other guy. Um, because I don't know. I was rooting so hard for the guy in the chat that was like, "Here's my $500, let's play," but he lost, and it was not precisely a close match either. So that kind of made me feel bad for the guy. But I would be sad, like very sad, if I had $500 and they evaporated out of nowhere, which is pretty much what happened to that guy. But on the other hand, I don't know the financial situation of that guy who was having fun with his $500. Maybe he's just like very well off and he wanted to donate to the stream, but he chose to do so in a very fancy way. Who knows? I sure hope that was what happened. I would like to believe that's what actually happened instead of a guy who gambled $500 away in a money match in a fighting game and got absolutely dumpstered. The money match for the $500 was the first to 10 wins, and the score was 3 wins for the guy in the chat and 7 wins for the commentator. So many royal mummies. I feel like I've been doing this for like an hour now. Okay. All right. So far, it's been okay. Like, it's been a pretty good Tomb 3. I think the correct strategy was definitely to immediately run for this part of the level as soon as I got in. I was going to sit on the stairs, but this sod trap made me not do it. Like, I saw the sod trap and I was like, nah, I cannot fight on the stairs. I'm just gonna fight in the corner. And if things get bad, I can always blink to the stairs because there's no dispersal traps. So, oh, this amulet is good because of the 6 intelligence. Pretty good amulet. I would certainly use it if I found it earlier in the game, but I didn't. So anyway, I have found all the rooms. Now go and win is what the game is telling me. I don't know if I should. I think I could maybe do a cigarette. I also like kind of want to do it right now because I've been streaming for 4 hours, and um, my streaming like schedule before it was absolutely dumpstered used to be like 4 hours every night. Um, I don't know if I wanna do the cigarette. I could just win, but then I have never done a cigarette with a demigod. But I've also never won 15 runes with a demigod. I think I should just go and get my win. And I can try Chain Lightning and Polar Vortex and those spells some other day. Um, Yeah, it's fine. Let's go. Let's go win the game. Um, so while we do that, let's travel there. Oh, you don't know how to get there. Of course you don't, because Tomb is a weird place. So in order to get out of Tomb, you need to go through one of these one-way staircases, and you need to go through another one of those one-way staircases. And then you need to get out of here and go get the orb. No, no! Why can't you do that? So I accidentally auto-traveled, and auto-travel is stupid. So it went downstairs through a stair that I have not explored into exactly what I avoided, which is awful. Of course, like it's really really awful. It also traveled downstairs, like because I did capital G, um, and where to tomb through, so I pressed enter because I thought that I was going to auto travel to Sod because I don't know. I wanted to auto travel to Sod, but instead of that, I went here, and now I'm okay. Like it's fine. I am at full HP, full mana. I have teleport, which I am going to do immediately. And then we're gonna cast a statue form, and then we're gonna worry about not dying. I'm not even gonna fight these guys because of death curses. I'm not even gonna move because I feel like if I move, I'm gonna get netted or I'm gonna get sod trapped if I move here or here. If I move here, it's like guaranteed to for me to get sod trapped, and if I move here, it's guaranteed for me to get netted. If I move here, maybe the mummy is merciful and avoids the net trap, but I don't think it's gonna happen. And if I move here, maybe the mummy avoids a sub trap, but yet again, it's not gonna happen. Usually the game warns you if your auto travel has to go downstairs. Yeah, it's weird. Um In Nork, if you wanna go to a part of the level that is not attached to where you currently are and you have to go up and then down again, the game does warn you. I think it should just not allow you to do that for Tomb. Okay, that's nice. We missed the net trap. So now I'm just gonna. Ooh, oh, that's nice. Okay, so now I can just break the wall with Shatter and just like make a run for it. I am going to do just that. I don't care about those mummies. I'm just gonna make a run for it. Yeah, we skipped that part legally. There's no reason for me to go do that. So now we're gonna auto travel to SOT 5 because doing that is safer. Okay, with that small crisis averted, the Nets have killed me so many times, yeah. And you didn't even see the version of the game where net traps triggered 100% of the time and they were unavoidable. I had a character with the orb that found that Pandemonium Lord on the way out that had like Summon Demon and some other garbage. And I was like, oh, this Pandemonium is like free. There's no point in even worrying about it. And it summoned an Inoxinu, which proceeded to summon like a million Ufetubi, because that's what the Inoxinu do. And what I failed to realize is that there was a net trap. So what happened is that the Inoxinul, the Ufetubi, and the Pandemonium Lord were just like doing a conga train on the net trap. So I was permanently netted, and I didn't have any shield because that's what happens when you're netted, and my evasion was also nuked. So I died. Like that was messed up. I'm very glad that was nerfed because it was literally messed up. Um, but yeah, let's go pick up the orb now and start the prediction. You know, the usual prediction. Amount of Pandemonium Lords found in the orb run, 2 or less, 3 or more. And in the meantime, let's go pick up the orb. Good luck with your bet. This character doesn't really care about the amount of Pandemonium Lords that I find in the orb run. I've already killed a fair amount of them, so I'm not particularly scared of them this time. Um, well, while you are doing that, while you're setting up your channel point prediction, I would like to remind you that I have a Discord, believe it or not. I don't really use it that much. I guess we can have a little community there. There are sometimes that people that post crawl related things in that Discord. So If you want me to take a look at your character and that kind of stuff, you can just post there and I will give you my advice. You should join. Joining is free. There's no requirement to be a subscriber or anything. Um, I haven't had any issues with trolls or anything or spam, so it can remain free for now. In addition to that, I should also let you know that if you're not following, you should follow because following is free. If you enjoy the thing, of course. If you didn't enjoy it, you should not follow. But that is okay. I think if you're staying here, you're enjoying the thing, and you should consider following. But if you're already following, you should consider subscribing. You don't have to subscribe, and I understand that it's like it actually costs something to do so, but you would be directly supporting me, and I would deeply appreciate it. It would certainly help me continue doing this. So if you want to do that, I would appreciate it. But yet again, you don't have to. But with those things being said, the time for me to actually finish the game has come. I've already picked up the Orb. Let's go to D0. We immediately get a Lich. We can wield the Staff of Air. Oh, that's Pandemonium Lord number 1. With Firestorm, well, that is kind of dangerous because I don't have fire resistance. You are resistant to fire, so you're probably gonna firestorm me. Oh, but you have no evasion, so you're gonna catch these hands very easily. Um, okay, let's just keep punching this guy. Clouds of negative energy. I have a fair amount of resistance to that, so it's okay. Ouch. Did it kill itself with Firestorm? Okay, that was funny. But yeah, that's Pandemonium Lord number 1. Funny thing, it's probably one of the most dangerous Pandemonium Lords that we have seen the whole game. Just because it had Firestorm and it was within melee range, and I have no resistance to fire at the moment. And I didn't want to switch to one of my rings to get it. No, let's not do that. Let's just go to D0. So yeah, that was Pandemonium Lord number 1 out of who knows how many. What luck! You pick the demon spawn and then you find some awesome boots of impressiveness, and then one floor down you both fools and hoops and they fall off. That is quite unfortunate. But have I told you about that one time where I had claws too? And I knew that I was going to eventually lose my Globso slot. Um, and I read a scroll of acquirement, and I got the gauntlets of war, and I was like, well, I'm gonna acquire them. It's more damage than claws, and immediately my next level up, I get claws 3, and I lose the gauntlets of power. Yeah, no, they're called the gauntlets of war. I lost the gauntlets of war, and it was fun. It was on stream too. I wonder if someone clipped it. Probably not. But yeah, let's go back to D0 and let's win the game. We are going to. Yeah, those are the gauntlets of war. I did the wrong thing. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do Stormform. Might as well enjoy the last bit of Stormform that I'm likely to play. Because even if I do think that this spell is like crazy powerful and pretty good, I also think it's too expensive. And for much cheaper, you can get Dragon Form that does something very similar without giving you insane defenses. Um, you also found the Shield of the Gunk. I like the Shield of the Gunk. It's very powerful. It's a very good item, even if it has a pretty significant downside. It's like going Kaslal, but actually good to use the Shield of the Gunk, because the defenses that you get from the Shield of the Gunk are worth it compared to the benefits, theoretical benefits that you get from going Kaslal. Okay. Ooh, a Seraph. So I only found one Pandemonium Lord, but it was almost immediately as I went in, and it was a dangerous one. Like it was a significantly dangerous one. So that was interesting. Okay, I have Polar Vortex. I should give it a try. Yeah. Do Seraphs count? No, they don't count. I think I might introduce variations to this channel point prediction. Um, it's gonna be like probably in the future. Am I going to see a Seraph here, or am I going to see an angelic being? That could also work. Am I going to see a profane servitor? Am I going to see, um, that kind of stuff? I feel like those could be interesting variations to this. Cloud of whirling frost. The winds of a polar vortex. It will deal severe damage to anyone within it, only partially mitigated by resistance to cold. Cute. So now it's time for the Seraph to get absolutely dumpstered. So I'm doing Ignition and Polar Vortex. That seems weird. That doesn't seem like something that should work, but it certainly does. And yeah, we killed the Seraph. We got some Pearl Scales that I can't carry. I'm gonna drop these boomerangs so I can carry the Pearl Scales just as a trophy. I always pick up my trophies, like the Sword of Serevov, the Staff of Asmodeus, and the Staff of Despater, and I always forget to pick them up. And this time it was no exception. The only reason why I still have the Staff of Despater in my inventory is because I forgot to drop it. So let's go ahead and end transformation. I'm gonna cast statue form for the dieselness, 50-31 defenses. I think I can cancel out of it actually and drink brilliance and then cast it again. And now I have 50-31. Is it like a 100% power? It is. Wow. Okay, that was unexpected. Okay, 100% power statue form for a lot of defenses. So that was it. That's it. It's time to pay out the bet. Choose prediction outcome. Amount of Pandemonium Lords found in our run. This time it was two or less. So let's complete the prediction. We saw only one actually. So congratulations to whoever went for two or less. This time you got it. So yeah, with that being said, let's just go ahead and win the game. Uh, Thank you all for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And tomorrow is Saturday, so Saturdays I do not stream because I watch Uncle Lionel, but I will be back on Sunday. I cannot promise that I will play Crawl. Um, I might come back to Crawl. Well, I will come back to Crawl later, but I might play Darkest Dungeon or Ninja Gaiden or something. Will Tarquine, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy the show. This is going to YouTube, by the way. I like the character. It went pretty well, and this time a cockroach didn't jump on me, so I feel good enough to put it on YouTube. Um, so yeah, I will be back on Sunday with Crawl or maybe another game. This game lasted 10 hours. That's crazy. It didn't feel like a 10-hour game, but apparently it did. So yeah, let's see if someone is playing Crawl. Hopefully someone is playing Crawl tonight so we can raid them. I always want to raid people who play Crawl, but there's no one playing Crawl at this time of the day. Well, who knows? Maybe this time. Maybe this time. There's people playing Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. What is that? Is that like a new game or something? Because there's like a couple of people playing it with no viewers. There's also someone playing Minecraft Dungeons. But yeah, there's no one playing Crawl apparently. Other than me, that is. So I think I'm just gonna end the stream and I will see you all on Sunday. Quite probably. It's very likely that I stream on Sunday. I want to go back to being consistent in that regard. So yeah, see you around. Have a nice rest of your night. I'm probably gonna host someone playing Guilty Gear Strive because I really want to watch some of that. So yeah, bye.